Is it on? And good afternoon from Hailsham Recreation Ground. You join us as the first ball is being bowled, and it is an extra. It's a wide. Great to get the first league game underway very promptly. Umpires keen as mustard to get out there. We've started 4 minutes early. Hailsham won the toss, and Captain Jason Tibble had no hesitation in saying, we will have a bat first. Facing up is Jake Hainsworth and his opening batting partner, Ollie McDonald. Ollie's in the green helmet, Jake is in the blue, and he's facing up third ball now to the opening bowler from Rottingdean, Mohammed Islam. It is a glorious early summer day today. I cannot quite believe that we are sitting here in shorts and t-shirt and sliders. Islam. Solid punch cut off the back foot from Hainsworth. It's the first shot in anger from the new Hailsham opener. Flown in from Sydney. And he's acclimatised for the last month. No width given there from Islam. Just punched to a short cover from Hainsworth. Yes, he's acclimatised well to the club, to England. Unfortunately, he's an Arsenal fan. I'll give him a bit of leeway to start with. And he shoulders and arms. The only blot so far in Islam's opening over was that first ball leg side wide, and he's settled nicely into his rhythm now. So, Division 3 this year. Anyone that will remember last year will know that Hailsham and Little Common were pretty secure of being promoted. And Hainsworth is off the mark. He'll feel better about that. Single out to deep square leg. Ollie McDonald will be itching to face a ball, no doubt. And Jake has taken a single off the last ball, and Hailsham are 2 for no wicket off the first over. Yes, so Division 3. It's been a while since Hailsham have been there. Certainly will be a more testing season than last year, as I was saying. Little Common and Hailsham seem to be a level above, and both of those two sides were promoted from Div 4. Hailsham have strengthened. We can see that from Hainsworth and a couple of other notable signings. Indeed, someone else playing for the first team today. We'll see him bowl later on, Charlie Cousins. Okay, so second over now. Rottingdean first team. Very strong reputation in Sussex, Rottingdean, throughout the years. Found themselves in Div 3 now. Relegated from Div 2 last year. Now the keeper's standing up, so it would seem that we are starting with spin, and I believe this is the captain, Jack Cox. Let's have a look at this field. We have a sort of wide second slip position. It looks like standard off spin to me, and settled well in. So an interesting start, whether it will be in the power play as well. Only 2 players allowed outside the 30-metre circle. Slightly shorter. Hainsworth in watching mode at the moment. Just had a peer around at the leg side here. I know one of his favourite shots is the sweep, the orthodox sweep. And I wonder if he's tempted to have the sleep out. He punches straight. Again, makes a nice connection. Can't beat mid-on. Only one fielder outside the circle at the moment, and he's a cover sweeper. Cox into his line, shoulders, arms. So a slow start for Hailsham. 11 legal balls faced, still 2 for no wicket. Cox would like to finish this off with a maiden, and they have just dropped back deep square leg, just in case Ainsworth decided to do something aggressive. Well fielded off his old bowling, and he sees out a maiden there. Nice start to the season for Cox. So yeah, playing conditions today in Division 3. Limited overs, 45 overs per side, win-lose. 9 overs maximum per bowler allowed. And a 30-yard circle is in place. No more than 5 fielders are allowed outside when the power play is over. And chomping at the bit, no doubt, is Ollie McDonald now, facing up. Ollie scored an impressive 415 run last year, only from 12 games. He had a finger injury. Average 35, a very impressive strike rate of 119. As we know, he likes to get on. But in good form pre-season, Islam to McDonald. Shorter and wide. Taken by the wicket keeper. The proper team here today. Willie P is here to start with. And as I thought, in the power play, ball just slightly angled into his pads, and McDonald needed no invitation for a lofted 4. Showed control. Islam looks at his field. He is employing the 2 fielders out. One at deep square leg and another fielder at a wide fine leg. Islam's response to McDonald is a fuller delivery, and McDonald sensibly blocks out. Paul McDonald Sr. makes an appearance, absolute legend of the game around Sussex. Been relieved of his umpire duties until he needs the seconds, so he will enjoy watching his 2 sons play today. Islam to McDonald, and McDonald has gone hard at that. Only 1 slip in position. It's gone to the right hand side of slip. I think with 2 slips in there, that may have been the end of the aggressive McDonald, but that is all in hindsight. Only 1 catcher, genuine catcher at this stage. The second catcher is at a, well, it's not a very attacking silly mid-off. Almost on the 1. McDonald. Nice from Islam, jugs back in now. Keeps McDonald true. Now she can move on. Cricket all round there. Well pitched delivery. Solid drive from McDonald. It yields no run. That's a much more profitable over. Looking like for Hailsham with McDonald on strike. Ainsworth in watching mode. Last ball of the over. And that is the shot of the morning so far. A glorious extra cover drive. I thought McDonald would be eager to get going this year, and surely enough, he faces all 6 balls, and Hailsham's score rapidly moves on to 15 for no wicket. So a quiet couple of overs for Hailsham. Hainsworth getting his bearings. First league game. 21-year-old opening batsman from the Newcastle district of Sydney. He's off the mark against Cox. Moves on to 2. Not sure that he would have been expecting off spin first up today. But that brings McDonald on strike. And the dismissive mode that McDonald is in this morning, this lunchtime, the field placements here will be key. Cox has got a nobody out on the boundary on the leg side. I wonder whether McDonald will play against the spin, with the spin. It is a 5-4 field, with the 4 fielders on the leg side. If he moves across, well bowled from Cox, kept him true. Just tell with McDonald, he is itching to score. Will he decide to use the vast expanses on the leg side? But Cox is a wily bowler, darting these in now. Hailsham legends out today. An early start for Steve-O. Now has he picked out the fielder? He hasn't. It's one bounce to the fielder. Good return. The strip today is in the middle of the square, and it is a healthy boundary either side. Slightly shorter than last night, I would say. And again, towards the end of the over, Cox decides to send a second fielder outside the circle. Hainsworth on strike, fully pitched and well watched. Thanks to everyone on the feed today. Lovely to hear from my good friend Nose Duncan, staunch Sussex and Brighton supporter. Neil played in the local tournament here in 1934. Kept well. He was in his 50s then. He looked like he was in his 50s. He would do anything for Hailsham. Islam to McDonald. Well bowled and well played. Even the defensive shots from McDonald are played with authority. Rottingdean fielders fully behind their opening bowler here. They prefer to bowl to Hainsworth so far. McDonald on strike. Again, strong defensive into the offside. 2 fielders out from McDonald, both on the leg side. I noticed the square leg has moved to mid-wicket just after that lofted 4 that McDonald played. Full pitch delivery. He meets it on the full. The fielder moves to his right, but unfortunately shepherds it. Unfortunately for him, shepherds it over the boundary. That should have been stopped. He got 2 hands to it. McDonald will not complain. It's probably the loosest delivery that Islam has bowled, and it got the treatment. Hailsham move on to 21 to the 5th over. Again, another crisp drive from McDonald. A carbon copy of the extra cover drive from last over. Ollie was raring to go last night. He only could bat at 6 yesterday because of the restrictions in the Royals game. By the time he got out there, he didn't last there very long. And at the moment he is... Oh, easy Kev. Kev's just heading down to A&E. Slight groin issue there. And Islam now is trying to direct the field. They have a man on the extra cover drive now. Fully pitched, crisply struck, well watched and fielded. So that now means that there is a deeper fielder on each side of the wicket. Well bowled, a good response from Islam. Genuine player miss there. McDonald went at the ball hard, as he will. He will not, that will not bother him. Great thanks to Big Willie P, who set the gear up today. I'll talk to you in a second about my young apprentice, the H-Bomb, who's taking over, doing all the techie stuff. But it is glorious today. Probably going to get up to 19, 20 degrees. Stiff breeze, but at the moment it's warm. It's coming from the southwest. Cox into his third over of off spin. And Hainsworth does the sensible thing. He can see that McDonald is ticking. They have opened up together in the pre-season. But he's happy at the moment just to rotate the strike and watch the hitting show from the other end. McDonald has moved on to 21 off 16, matching his strike rate from last year. Shorter. The fielder is on the one there. McDonald keeps looking over his left shoulder towards the Western Road, and I just wonder if soon enough there may be a pickup or a hard sweep coming. But at the moment, Hailsham have moved nicely into this power play. Run rate increasing. Well bowled, fully pitched. Happy to take one. Pressure on the fielder. Well watched and a decent return. One bounce. Which brings our Australian opener. Big shout out to everybody in Merewether, in Newcastle. I imagine the time there, you may have had a few beers on a Saturday. I hope you're going to stay up and watch your boy. Jake will be behind the stumps later on. Very tidy glove man. And again, the only blot on his copybook is the fact he's an Arsenal fan. I almost put him back on the flight back to Sydney. But we'll give him the benefit to start with. Sensible cricket from the Australian. Rotating the strike. He may have had a little tot up there. 6 overs done, 28 for no wicket. Foundations being set. So we often have a think about the scores, and the scores out here last year. There were more 300 totals than ever before. Obviously this is now into Div 3. But the pitch and the square with the early season heat is looking as good as ever. Last night there was a 2020 game, the Royals, and there was almost 400 runs scored in the 40 overs. Islam now into his 4th over. Very correct from Hainsworth. High left elbow. And the bowler fields off his own bowling. So one slip, one close-ish fielder. Slightly shorter. Again, I wouldn't say Hainsworth is getting bogged down. 4 of 19 balls so far. And the reason that I would say we're not concerned is because McDonald is freely scoring from the other end. Islam to Hainsworth. A lovely shot, but for no runs. He's picked out a few fielders, but he's seeing it well. I can see McDonald just gesturing to him, nodding. These Both of them young opening batsmen for Hailsham. Well bowled and well dug out. And they both share the same birthday, these two. Ollie and Jake, both born on the 12th of June. It's pretty uncanny. This is their first league opening stint this year. First of many. Again, correctly played. Islam preferring to bowl to Hainsworth. Lovely correct. Over and across. Big shout out to Finn and Alfie, having light refreshment in Horsebridge. They started at 9 this morning. The bar bill's going okay. 3 bottles of Prosecco, 16 Jaeger bombs. Yeah, good on those boys. They'll be down later on, no doubt. They'll be hoping that Hailsham can accumulate a sizable total. McDonald takes the single. They're going to push hard, these two. It's a clean pickup. They've seen the throw come in on the bounce there from that fielder a couple of times. Big shout out to the Parsons. They'll be back later on. They'll be back later on. Okay, Cox continues to the Australian Hainsworth. It is a well set field now to Cox to Hainsworth. Okay, slightly deeper fielders, but they're still on the one. And Hainsworth is pushing, and that's what Cox wants. The slip has come into genuine first slip now. That's the first one that he's tossed up in a while. Again, a watchful Hainsworth. But 45 overs is a long time. 4 of 25 now. And Cox sticks to his previous plan. He drops the genuine square leg on one, out to the boundary. Shorter ball. And it's gone exactly to that fielder. I wonder whether Cox dropped that shorter to see if he was going to throw the kitchen sink at it. But he decides to go down and use the ground. Right, McDonald. 2 fielders basically just in front of square each side. Will he do something aggressive? Indeed he won't. There was no air on that delivery. Darted in. And McDonald beaten. But he continues. A very tidy over. It's been a really level start. 8 overs bowled, 30 for no wicket. We're just out in the sun at the moment. And I've been joined by another Hailsham legend, the Bulmer. Sussex's #1 fan. How you doing, my boy?
I'm very good, thank you. How are you, Bolsey?
Yes, mate. Whenever the sun's out, I feel good. What's your thoughts on this first 20 minutes of play, son?
It's been good so far. Ollie's honing himself in, and so is Jake. He's taking it slow, but it's what we like to see. He's just getting himself into it.
Yeah, I'm with you. Wicketkeeper standing up now. Hainsworth over and across. Should be 2 there. Fielder cuts the ball off from the boundary. He'll be happy with that, Hainsworth. Yeah, it's been a steady start. No bowling changes so far.
No.
Be interesting to see what Rottingdean have got in the locker for later on. Islam to Hainsworth. Wider. He's gone really hard at that. Okay, a little look in the week. Yes, I think we will see from George Ledden soon. He would be a change bowler. 21 wickets last year. Connor Bettesworth behind the stumps. Looked very tidy. Now standing up to the timbers to Islam. Nice. Hainsworth's first boundary. Beautiful, over and across. And only 21 Hainsworth, but will know how to build an innings. In no rush. Maybe not seen too much off spin to open the bowling. But now, this over was much more comfortable. Over and across. It is a packed area from Gully. But he keeps picking those gaps. He's tried to pick it again. And that is well fielded. Probably stopped another one or two there. This over has been a bit more expensive for Islam. Still very tidy figures. Not as tidy as Cox though. 9 overs gone. H, what do you think a pass? Nice chase and return from the deep. 2 it is. Yeah, I think you're in the game with 240. We've obviously seen it such a high scoring ground last year and so far this season. But that won't faze Rottingdean. George Ledden, top run scorer for them last year. He's playing today. Campbellman, again, big runs last year. About that, Mako, I've got it. Don't worry about that. Yeah, ready.
Never getting lost. Congratulations, James.
I'm not surprised. Very miserly figures. McDonald over and across, punches out to the cover sweep. Ollie took Cox there for 1. Walder end. Miserly figures so far this afternoon. 5 overs. Only 10 runs scored off the 5 overs. McDonald on strike. Well fielded at point. Cox will be delighted with this start from his end. Onto the back foot. Cut away to the sweeper fielder for McDonald. He moves on to 31. Hainsworth on 11. Steady start from the Australian. Flighted. Pushing for 2. They're going to turn and go. Put the pressure on. The deep fielder number 33 shows off his very flat arm. But Hainsworth was like an Australian greyhound in and out of the non-striker's end. And he took 2, he moves to 13. Again, that's been a key fielder against Hainsworth. He's looked to play straight and punch through there. Again, he can't beat Cox off his own bowling. More news from around the grounds in Sussex. East Grinstead struggling. Lost a few players this year. Will Beer, the ex-Sussex player, making batting looking easy for them. 44 not out against East Grinstead. Slightly wider. Hainsworth really quickly off the mark. A fumble, but probably the correct decision on that occasion not to come back. Hainsworth is sharper than McDonald and probably would have made it, but at this stage .48 for none off 12. No risk taken at this time. With any run-outs. Okay. Stoner. Punched. A half stop. Tidy return. Lovely to welcome Tommy Walder here. Just going to have a gentle 12 pints this afternoon. The pitch is playing very well. Chief groundsman. Okay, McDonald on strike. Oh, we'll go again. So Ollie in his normal attacking mode. Slightly pinned down the last couple of overs, but he's decided against this new bowler, even though Cox from the other end was bowling well. Hands through the ball. 50 up for Hailsham. Captain Tibble and some of the players are looking content. First 40 minutes odd in Div 3. And Hailsham remain intact. There are now 4 fielders out to McDonald's, the maximum you can have in this power play. So there should be more singles. It's whether McDonald is interested in singles. I noticed that there are no fielders out straight. All fielders that are out on the boundary. There is no deep mid on, no deep mid off, and I think McDonald has spotted this. If there's anything up there, and he's rocked back. This could be the first 6 of the season. A short delivery and dispatch towards the facility to McDonald. He was tied down by some decent bowling from Cox from the Tommy Walder end, but now he's looking to free his arms. He's headed on to 42 off 38 balls. There was a fielder out there, but he was not deep enough. McDonald connects. Where's he going to go now? More correct. And such sensible cricket after hitting the brutal boundary. Pushing for 1, taking the single. This is not 2020, 45 overs. He's still a long time, and if he bats half the overs, he will have a huge total. Over has been called. Hailsham move on to 60 for no loss. Cox, who has been very tight, but McDonald has had enough now of being dictated to. The ball was up there, hands through the ball, and it's 6. McDonald is timing the ball so well now. He's moved on to 49 off 41, 1 away from his personal half century. Hailsham now on 66 for no wicket. A brilliant 40 minutes. And McDonald wants to reach his half century in style. 1 bounce 4. This has happened in quick time. And everybody here in the pavilion is just encouraging him to bat for more balls, more overs. 53 not out at the moment. Shorter, and that's a chance in the deep. But it's gone all the way for 6. There is a tall fielder, number 33, out on the mid-wicket boundary. But that ball just had enough to get over. 6 runs from my eyesight. So I know Cox decided to bowl himself for this 7th over. However, this over is so... So 16 off the first 4 balls of the over. He decided to continue bowling. Yes, the signal of 6 has eventually come in. My new glasses are working. Response from Cox. tempted. McDonald sensibly plays. 16 off the over so far. No need for any risks. However, if it is up there, those conker trees could be in trouble. It is up there, and he's waited for it across the ground. Takes the strike. Hailsham remain no wickets down. 17 off the over. They move to 77 for no wicket. Hainsworth will be very happy to play his part on 15. McDonald has contributed 60 and 2 extras. So a conference is happening with the Rottingdean senior players. And it isn't about the field they want to set to Hainsworth, it's about the field they're now thinking about setting to the aggressive McDonald. So I think Stoner. No, sorry. A change in bowling.
I've done a roll there.
And Rottingdean will be desperate to get some handle back on the McDonald scoring. So, George Ledden into the attack. 21 wickets in Div 2 last year. Average of 26. Best figures of 5 for 45 last year. Wicket keeper Batsworth standing up. Okay. And he is joined. We have, it looks to me, right arm around, off spin. I almost, my first ever look at Ledden, I almost thought he was going to be bowling some medium pace, but I think it's an off spin action. But McDonald waits for it and late drives the ball for 4. Wide given. So coming around the wicket here, Rottingdean are certainly looking to try and cramp up McDonald. Ledden has a sharp approach in. Beats the outside edge. Sharp take from Batsworth, but no nick. McDonald on 64 now in the 15th over. Ledden to McDonald. Well bowled, but McDonald is happy. And as I've noticed from Hainsworth, he is rapid between the stumps. And I think when you have an opening partner in McDonald who's scoring so freely, this is perfect for Jake. Just taking his time, getting involved in English cricket, taking the single. The first time that these two have batted together in league cricket. And they remain unbeaten now. A tidy run rate of 5.7. Ledden to McDonald. Well bowled, settled into it now on the hip. They are pushing for 2 here. McDonald decides not. It is a strong return over the stumps. That was the right decision. So after the first couple of looser deliveries, Ledden is now into his work. That's a late cut. All the way along the floor, slightly edgy, but Hainsworth will take that. Another boundary for him. Off Ledden's first over. And drinks will be taken. There'll be 2 lots of drinks during this.
Just as we take drinks, I believe it should be time that we're going to go through a bit of the county championship action at the moment. I don't even... Right, so in Division 1 it's day 2 at the moment for all teams that are playing today. At the moment, Essex are 94 for 6 at lunch off of 46 overs. They are chasing 216 set by Yorkshire. Nottinghamshire were 333 all out, and Hampshire currently in bat at lunch for 99 for 5 off of 30 overs. So they were chasing 333, trailing by 234 at the moment. Sussex bowled out yesterday for 284 against Worcestershire. Worcestershire chasing that 284 and currently sat at 70 for 3 at lunch of 32 overs. Warwickshire at the moment are still in bat from yesterday and are 481 for 5 off of 126 overs, up against Surrey at Edgbaston. And then moving down into Div 2. Only 2 games on at the moment in Div 2. Kent are still bowling at the moment against Glamorgan down at Canterbury. And Glamorgan are currently sat on 498 for 8 off of 125 overs on day 2 lunch. And then Northamptonshire got bowled out for 238. And Lancashire currently in bat 242 for 6 off of 67 overs. So that is your county championship update, just as the players are going to take back to the field after drinks.
Okay, back from drinks. And a change of bowling from the Tommy Walder end. Cox from the other end. His first 6 overs were miserly. His last over got taken apart. So he's decided to maybe save himself for 2 later on. Each bowler can bowl a maximum of 9 overs today. And the change of bowling is Shafi from the Tommy Walder end. We're just moving the sight screens. And the wicket keeper, Bettesworth, has donned I do like a floppy, wide-rimmed hat. He's donned that now because he is standing back. And he is standing back a significant distance. Shafi looks like a left armour to me, the way he's warming up, unless he's going to do something a bit funky. Okay, so it looks to be left arm over. McDonald on strike. And the first bit of medium to faster pace today, looks to be. I'm sure Islam will forgive me for saying that as he opened the bowling from this end. And Rottingdean now will be very keen for a wicket, and if they could choose, they would want the wicket of McDonald. Shafi to McDonald. Inside out. In the arc. Out the park. One bounce 4. News from Hailsham second team. Away at Lewis Priory. The twos are batting and they are 22 for 1. Player out is Billy Hobden. Could be another lost ball. So that ball was pitched up from the left armour, Shafi, and it disappeared. McDonald's run rate had stalled towards the middle of the cock spell, but now it is accelerating again. And the Hailsham opening stand is now unbeaten on 93, to which Hainsworth, he will not mind that he's only contributed 20. He's got the best seat in the house watching McDonald. Shafi to McDonald. Shorter. And absolutely crunched. Pulled in front of square, way in front of square. When McDonald is in this mood, he's incredibly challenging to bowl to. He's been at the crease now for 56 minutes. And now the first bit of genuine pace has come on. And as we know, he does not mind pace at all. He moves on to 74. They've retrieved the ball back now from the park. And the field remains the same. Shafi is trying to bowl to a 6-3 field. Slightly straight.
Leave that. Put it down.
What is that?
Shorter. And this could be the first wicket. And it is. That one hurried McDonald. Slightly late on the shot. Didn't make that connection. And that is the much needed wicket from Rottingdean. Shafi has increased his pace with every delivery. And it slightly rushed McDonald. Whether he needed to go again at that stage, he will reflect on that, I'm sure. But it has been a very good start to the season for Ollie. 74 off 52 balls. And that included yes, McDonald out 74. 53 balls, 11 fours, 3 sixes. He and Hainsworth put on 97 for the first wicket. and Rottingdean, I have to question why Shafi was left in the hutch to bowl the 16th over. Cox did open up from that end and he bowled a miserly spell. The coach is in. Okay, the breakthrough has brought Kieran Peacock to the crease. In at 3. Career first team, 650s, 100. And Shafi now is beginning to crank up the pace. Every single delivery this over has got quicker. I only ask, again I question why maybe they've left him until the 16th over to bowl. But there we go. Each team will have their plans. And that is the breakthrough over for Rottingdean. As we know, invariably wickets will restrict the run rate. Hailsham going along at a runner ball. Okay. Now, I had a quick word with McDonald at drinks, and he said the bowler from the pavilion end, Ledden, had settled into his work really well, getting lots of turn. And now he is, I think, sensibly to Hainsworth going back over the wicket. So Hainsworth has been starved a little bit of the strike, but he won't mind that. As he was finding his feet, McDonald was playing the attacking role. Hainsworth on 20 not out will now play the senior role. 20 off 42. Peacock new to the crease. Ledden. Wider and driven, but he can't beat the fielder. So the 21-year-old Australian from Merewether in Newcastle on the sweep. A big appeal. I think the appeal was for the catch. I think it may have flicked the front pad on the way through. It was only a half appeal, really. No wide given, so I think it flicked something through. Fully pitched. Hainsworth punches strongly. Yes, well, caught a quick word with Ollie McDonald, and he said that Ledden was bowling sharp off spin and getting some turn from this end. Peacock now taking strike. 15 games last year for Peacock. A bit of a leaner season for him with the bat. 334 runs, an average of 24. Top scored of 79 not out in a win at East Dean in June. But Tibble likes what he sees from Kieran Peacock. Strong fielder as well, and I think that's really important to Tibble this year, that he has a side that is going to be really active in the field. And as we expected, the wicket has just stemmed the run rate Little time of rebuilding for Hailsham. We know that 240 would say is minimum out here. And I'm looking forward to, I always look forward to seeing the faster bowlers. And I'm excited to see a bit more from Shafi, the left arm quick. Into his groove now. So Hainsworth, 21 not out. Has a good look around the field. Shafi to Hainsworth. Shorter, and he's quickly on that. The fielder is perfectly positioned, does not move, takes one on the kneecap. He really nailed that. Kept it along the floor sensibly after his opening partner unfortunately got hurried last over. But this will be a good contest now. Shafi is into his rhythm. Left arm, the keeper's taken another two steps backwards. Finer, minimum one here. Bit of a dodgy bobble. Would have been probably, if he'd have turned and gone straight away, there was two there. But he is bowling short. Again, shorter again, but this time down the leg side. Certainly the fastest bowler we've seen here today. And that is over. We have brought up the 100 for Hailsham. 101 for one in the 18th over. Shafi brings that length right up now into Yorker length. It's dug out. It's a really good battle now. Last year, too many games we felt were one-sided, and you knew the result pretty much part way through the afternoon. This season, Div 3 East, it's going to be a lot tighter. Teams will never be out of the game. Shafi to Hainsworth. Almost a collision. Agility shown from Peacock to dodge around the Aussie, who was ball watching a little bit. I actually think that Hainsworth will enjoy this extra pace on the ball. He doesn't seem fazed by it. Nicely in line. Strike has been rotated now, so Peacock on strike to Shafi, sorry. And there's certainly more of a buzz around the field now from the Rottingdean players. They needed that wicket. I did say if they could choose, they wanted McDonald gone. Shafi. Effort ball, slightly wider. Over and across. Peacock's away. Taking the strike. Hawaii shirt of the day has just been won. Absolute beauty. Green teal affair. They're not cannabis leaves. Alfie Moon will be proud. Okay, here we go, Ledden. Half appeal going down the leg side. Yes, so George Ledden, second top wicket keeper in the first team, wicket taker for Rottingdean last year. I can see why his economy is only 4.1. Nice shot from Peacock. That's the first boundary of the season for Peacock, won't be the last. And Hailsham, after a little period of rebuild, will be keen now to get that run rate going again. Okay, Ledden to Peacock. Has Ledden got a response? Straighter. Peacock on the front foot, decisive. Ledden to Peacock. Quicker delivery. I think with this approach and this quick arm, it really hurries you as a batsman. Hailsham move on to 107 for 1. 19 overs completed, 26 overs to go. Still smiles from the Hailsham dugout here. Captain Tibble gives me a nod of approval. Plenty of batting to come. Tibble himself will be in at 4. Ethan Dorber, I'm looking forward to seeing Ethan Dorber, a real prospect. Has come up through the ranks. And then Dunning at 6. The hard-hitting Dunning. Shafi now is cranking up the pace. Left arm over, so it's coming across the right-handed batsman. Not phasing the Australian Hainsworth one bit. He'd be used to this kind of situation whilst playing Newcastle, Australia. Effort ball, leg by, I believe. Yes, the umpire signals a leg by. Hainsworth gets up the other end. So 3 fielders outside the fielding circle at the moment. They can have 4 out in this power play. Fine leg, third man, and a sweeper on the cover boundary. And he has bowled slightly short of a length, but that one is full and wide is given. Lovely to see Ronnie the Rook Cousins, Krabby and Shirley Roberts on their bench. Shirley, the widow of Henry Roberts, involved at the club for 50 years. First team skip, chairman when I played 30 years ago. Ronnie the Rook Cousins, been ill of health recently, but it's lovely to see him out with his stick. Decent wicketkeeper Ronnie the Rook in the 70s. Loves coming out here. Better out here than in the bookies. Shafi into his work, left arm. Kieran wanted to get across, didn't quite beat the fielder there, and he gestures, just could have waited for that slightly more and punched it into a really big gap for a single. Shafi bowled into a 6-3 field. nothing leg side really. It's all been outside the leg side. Having said that, when you are bowling short, the hook is on. This field is not set for the shorter ball. And Peacock keeps his eye on that and hooks for 4. Just at the break of overs here, we'll have a little catch up on last night's game, our barnstormer. See if there's any action here from Shafi's end to the over. No change in the field. As I say, his natural length seems to be just short of a length. That was almost bouncer material. Peacock. Yeah, an early call of 2. Fielders look at each other, and it's an easy 2. They may even manage 3, and that is super running. Coronas and San Miguel's going down very well here at the boundary bar. The boundary bar is open. So if you fancy coming down, and that's the end of the over. Hailsham 116 for 20. H-Bomb, give us an update from last night, kid. What a game.
Yeah, last night, brilliant game to watch. The Royals versus Little Common. Always a good little local rivalry between the two clubs. We started off quite well out in the field. Jack Coughlin bowled his full 4 overs. Same with Diesel Hallett. He took a wicket as well. And so did Tutty, with Joe Clarkson and Gooch taking 2 wickets for themselves yesterday to set themselves a chase. 196 they had to chase, and started off pretty well yesterday to eventually go on to win the game in the Slam. You guys should have been down here last night. It was honestly probably one of the best matches that you could see. Almost 400 runs being scored yesterday. Ethan Dorber having a good knock with the bat as well yesterday. Retired not out with 53, I believe it was. And other notable innings, Tom McDonald on 43 as well, using his brother Tom's bat, because turns out Joe Clarkson was using his other bat, and it's gone for 4 that time. So Kieran gets himself 1-4 onto the score. Yeah, apart from that, no other notable innings. And yeah, yesterday night, brilliant game. Always good to see the Royals face off against Little Common. It's always a good, close battle down here at the Rec. And the first next week are away at Little Common. So I'm going to hand back over to Bowlsy. So I will see you guys later.
Bowler Zabby.
21 overs gone now, 120 for one. Hailsham still going along at just about a runner ball. But a change of bowler. Shafi has stopped bowling from the Tommy Walder end. He bowled a tidy spell there, brought the wicket. And now we have Zahab bowling from the Tommy Walder end. Wicket keeper Bettesworth back up to the stumps. This could be trial by spin now. Hainsworth, I think, will be a bit frustrated about that. He looked really at home against the quickest bowler on show so far today. This looks to be a right arm bowler, Zahab. Hainsworth rotating. I think if you just tuned in and you thought 21 overs gone, new opening bat on 23, you know, take the handbrake off. However, what we have to remember is cricket is about partnerships, bowling partnerships, and ever so much more batting partnerships. And he and McDonald put on 97 for the first wicket, which has put Hailsham into this strong position. I wouldn't say it's a superior position at the moment. It's a strong position, as was proven last night. 196 chased down in the 20 over game. And this looks like a leg spin action from Zahab. Into his work. I love all bowlers, really. I do like leg spinners as well. Let's have a look here. So, 3 steps in. Not an incredibly high front arm. But he's getting some revs on that ball. The wrist comes through at some pace. So 2 right-handed batsmen for Hailsham. So the leg spinner will be turning away. If it pitches, that didn't, and it got the treatment. However, there is a sweeper out there. Lovely to see AA going through his pre-innings warm-up earlier, getting plenty of fresh air, I saw earlier on. Calorie counting at the moment, just to make sure he can get through his 9 overs later with blistering pace in the heat. Flatter one from Zahab. Peacock onto the back foot. Takes the easy single out there. A beautiful cup of tea here from Mel McDonald. She's so very kind. Nice and strong. 124 for one. So I did the pitch report this morning, and as I felt the surface at 8:30, rock hard. No need for the covers. It feels like a pitch that you'd have down here late July, August. Look at the colour of it. And the outfield is sharp. Ledden continues. He's had a tidy spell. On the hip. Peacock just wanted to beat the fielder in the ring then, couldn't. Ledden now into his 5th over. No wicket for 21. Experienced. Tidy off spinner. Peacock on strike. Advances. Crunches it. And the fielder has made really good movement to his left to fall on the ball. That was certainly going for 4. Hailsham have hit a few fielders. Hainsworth has. In the deep. When they struck the ball well. Peacock desperate to keep this run rate up at a runner ball. Just dropped recently. Ledden into his work. Shorter. And the field is well set at the moment. Now, unfortunately, the outfield there almost did some damage to the fielder. Hainsworth on strike. Nurdles away. A good stop to the left. That was certainly stopping another 2, maybe 3 more runs. We've seen 1-3 run out here today. It's a standard size boundary, I'd say. 3 players now out on the leg side. And that's a lovely late glance. And that illustrates to you on the screen just how fast this outfield is. Yes, Ledden is bowling at a reasonable pace for an off-spinner. Nicely deflected. No chance for the fielder. And 4 for Peacock. And Peacock, without really giving any chances, has moved effortlessly onto 20 of 30 balls. And Hainsworth, he has been starved a bit of the strike. He's been out there for an hour and a half now. And he's only faced 53 balls. But this is absolutely fine. Tibble is looking happy. As I said, when you have the Diesel Hallett in at 10 today, potentially, you can see that Hailsham bat all the way down to 10. Less said about... I did have a little heart-to-heart with new signing Charlie Cousins last night, and let's just say I'm looking forward to seeing him bowl today. Charlie hoping that he won't be required with the pads and bat today. Very well flighted leg spinner there, didn't actually pitch. That was saying hit me. But just at the moment, Peacock didn't wind up for that. And how can we talk about the lower order? I'm not going to say the Rabbits. With James Bellett down to come in at 9, I think he's had serious words with skipper Tibble about Anthony in position number 8 today. Unbelievably, Bellett averaged 145 last year for the first team with the bat. Eight bats, 7 not outs. I'm getting some pelters here from AA. A serious stare. I'm just poking really to make sure that we get the full potential today from everybody. Absolute full bunger. I thought I'd been transferred to Yankee Stadium. Strike 1. That would have been a foul hit, but for us, it was a bit of a foul ball. Yeah, Zahab bowled a tidy first over, but that one had a few erratic deliveries in, and that one got the treatment. Ledden continues, and that is his first success, and it is Peacock who departs. The second wicket for Rottingdean. Peacock decided to try and dismiss a straight ball over the leg side. Came from nowhere, really. He's played with good control, but he thought it was in his arc. Peacock just has a word of advice for the outgoing, incoming Tibble. And Ledden has bowled well. Second top wicket taker. And a nice knock from Peacock there. He'll know that there are a few more out there. Kieran Peacock, 25 off. 36 balls. It's just about getting going. Yeah, four fours, no sixes, but a tidy knock. Just as the run weight was starting to increase again, Hailsham a peg back. And Ledden is an experienced bowler. Div 2 last year, 21 wickets. He's off and running now for this year's tally. And that brings to the crease captain Jason Tibble. Decides to watch the first ball for past. Ledden is well into his spell now. So, Captain Tibble, top run scorer last year for the first team. 760 runs for the first team. Top score of 119 versus Chiddingly in July. Average 46. Ledden to Tibble. On the back foot and crunches. There's no fielder out there at the moment. Rottingdean have tried to squeeze the new batsman with every fielder in the ring on the offside. But Tibble says thank you very much, and he's middled that off the mark with a 4. He will want to add to his honours for Hailsham this year, no doubt. 5 50s last year, 2 hundreds. A brilliant 100 over at Bexhill, I remember. Likes to lead by example and always. Even buying the odd beer. And now he's gone straight. That was in the arc and out the park. Tibble has needed no excuse. He's middled it so well, it's gone for 6. So an over of 2 halves for Ledden, where he took the wicket, but that brought Tibble to the crease, who was rapidly gone to 10. And 146 for 2. With 25 overs gone, 20 overs to go. Now, the Bulmer is sitting in Will's chair. This is where we start thinking about a total. Now, I'm not one for gambling, but we do have a pound on it. So I'm going to give, and I'm a bit worried here because I've got a top statistician. He's like a walking National Rail Inquiries, this boy. I'm a bit concerned here that I might have to give money over. In a couple of overs' time, we will put our predictions in, and if you get that prediction right, it's £2, double bubble. Other than that, it's nearest the ball. That is great fielding. They take the single, definitely save 3 runs there. Now this is someone that later on, just not yet, but I am looking forward to seeing Ethan Dorber. In the runs last night, Tibble has selected him into the first team now. 18 years of age. Had a great year last year. I'm very excited to see young Ethan play with his dad many years ago, 25 years ago. Matt is still playing. Ethan has demoted him to the second team, to which Matt won't mind at all. So I'm really looking forward to seeing Ethan, who will be coming in at 5 today. Now that is a life. That is a life for Tibble. Tibble has come out with real intent here. However, that ball is... He's so early on the shot. He's picked out the fielder, and it was a really regulation catch. Fingers down. He's had another stab at it on the way down and he's missed it. That is a chance for Rottingdean. And Zahab, surely frustrated by that, but he's then bowled a lovely leg spinner. Tibble now will just need to settle. Zahab to Tibble. Full toss. It's dipped down though. It's a bit harsh there. He had that on a bit of string. He dragged it back. Thought that was going to be another full bunger. Hainsworth, the anchor of the innings, 32. Advances. Almost broke a rib of Zahab there, but he's fielded well off his own bowling. That's mine. Definitely a life for Tibble there. 148 for 2. So it looks like Ledden will bowl through. He's bowled since the power play. This is his 7th over. 1 for 37 so far. Not sure he's going to want to stop to then bowl a couple later on. We shall see. With no Butler in the side today, Ledden, you'd say, on wickets is the senior bowler. Tibble on strike. Beats the outside edge. Tibble was looking to steer through a wide third man. Ledden to Tibble. 27th over. Forceful, it's aerial. There's a chance. And he's spilled it. He made good ground to his right. They are bigger boundaries today, and some of the Hailsham players are just giving some feedback to their captain. And that too does bring the 150 up. Tibble has played a mixture of blinding shots, but he's led a charmed life. And again, outside edge, beaten. Yeah, that last lofted shot, there are 2 players out in the deep. The player at deep mid-on has made good ground to his right. Got 2 hands on it, went straight through. Of course, Captain Tibble will be desperate to contribute. Played 2 really strong shots when he first came in. And he and Hainsworth, even though young in years, experienced. And that's better from Tibble. Keeping his shape, picking the singles. With all the fielders out, there are singles to be taken on the leg side. And that's the end of the over. So, with 18 overs to go, let's have a little think about what Hailsham are going to get here. 8 wickets in hand. Plenty of beers and Prosecco in hand as well. Absolutely right. We must stay hydrated. Okay, Zahab continues. leg spin action. Tibble on strike on 14 not out. $152 for 2. Leg side. There's work in the deep here. The fielder gives up. Tibble on the sweep. Turned it into a full toss. Too fine for the deep square leg fielder to get round. So then, young Bulmer son, I've got in my mind what I'm going to say. What is your prediction for Hailsham's total?
I'm going to probably go with a comfortable 260, around 260, 270. I think is where we're going to.
I need a figure, please.
I'm gonna go 262.
I'm going 277. 277. Right, here we go. So 262 plays 277. I know you've got a photographic memory, son, so you remember those.
Oh, I don't
nearest the ball wins. Okay, here we go. Tibble on strike. Through the fielder. Runs here. Looking for 2. Did not run that first run hard enough for me. I thought there was 2 there. But Hailsham progressed to 157 for 2. You would think in the box seat. Manoeuvring the field here. Hainsworth was quickly across. It will be a minimum of 2. Fielder uses the boot. Strong arm in on the bounce. So Hainsworth now, knowing fully where the fielders are, jumped across to the off stump. Risk-free, really, as long as he hit it. Risk-free. Any of you guys out in Australia watching your mate? It's been a real solid start. He's been the anchor. Now he's advancing and beats the bowler. Fitted into the club really well in the last month. Enjoying his time, been up to London a few times. Unfortunately, he's been to Arsenal. It's ruined his trip. But yeah, give us a shout, any of Jake's mates. I think we've got the chat on the YouTube channel. Give us a shout, we'll give you a shout out. It's probably approaching midnight in Australia, so you may have had a few tinnies. Got Kylie Minogue on the stereo. But we are looking after your pal. Teach him how to drink properly. And he will be out there now with Tibble. And Tibble, the captain, he will know from here what kind of total Hailsham will be aiming for. Ledden now into his 8th over. Each bowler can bowl 9. Tidy off spinner. Taken 1 wicket already. 3 fielders deep on the leg side. Tempting the batsman to go aerial. But it is a decent sized boundary today. I've seen some 6s. He's a canny bowler. As I said, best of figures of 5 for 45 last year. And there the trap has been set, as I was just talking, but it's 1 bounce. Hard sweep from Hainsworth, one of his favourite shots. Brings Tibble on strike. He'll look to go straighter, I think. Well bowled, single taken. Hailsham move on to 162 for 2. No fireworks yet. We saw some fireworks from Ollie McDonald earlier. But we have some big hitting lower order batsmen to come. He's on the cut there, Jake, and there's no fielders out in the deep. The chase is on, but the ball... The ball wins the race there. Hainsworth moves on to 40 off 64 balls, a strike rate of 62. Steady, but this is what's needed. Now, it's always lovely to see some of the best looking men in Hailsham come down to the wreck. My old mate Spen is here. Get the bar stocked up. Okay, Tibble on strike. Zahab, the leg spinner. Tibble has got himself to 20, but some false shots recently. Just decides to see that ball through. Tibble's gone. He's picked the fielder out, but it's one bounce. He's led a bit of a charmed life. Dorothy's in, scored for the club for many years. Hainsworth, the Australian. They're looking for two. Tibble's in and out. They're pushing the fielder. It's a good throw, but there's two back. What I've noticed from Hainsworth running between the wickets is he is rapid. The 21-year-old from Sydney, Australia. Okay, Zahab wants to get out this over with no boundary. There are three fielders out on the leg side. Flatter, well taken by the keeper. Hainsworth wanted runs there. Zahab to Hainsworth, advances, and he's given a chance. It's a caught and bowled. He's hit it straight back to Zahab. Drinks will be taken, and that is the third wicket for Hailsham. Caught and bowled. Jake Hainsworth, 42 on his league debut for Hailsham. Drinks will be taken. Hainsworth makes his way back to the pavilion, slightly dejected. But that was a solid start to his Hailsham career. 42 of 68 balls. That included 4 fours. He and McDonald put on 97 for the opening partnership. Really has played his part. He just advanced to try and get Zahab away and gave a caught and bowled, sharp caught and bowled chance, and he took it. Over for an update from the county champions from the Bulba.
Try going in there.
Okay, and welcome back to the Hailsham Recreation Ground. The new batsman to the crease is Ethan Dorber. He is there because Jake Hainsworth departed. Zahab bowled some blinding balls. 1 for 23 now. I would think that George Ledden is going to bowl out from the other end. But in the meantime, Ethan Dorber in at 5. Just watches that last ball of the over spin past his bat. An exciting prospect now, seeing Ethan out in the middle, and he's out there with his captain. So young Dorber, 18 years of age. Really moved through the teams and the Colts as he's advanced his career. He won the most improved player for the second team last year at the club dinner. And that was broadly because of 8 innings for the second team last year. And he's rapid between the wickets, Dorber. He will look to rotate this strike. That will help Tibble along. He top scored 70 or 40 balls last year against Pett in August, did Dorber. A season strike rate of 96. And as I say, he won that most improved player for the twos. And everyone in the whole club has been super impressed with him, and he's almost relegated his father into the second team as his career now is taking off. Over at backer now. Plays with young Ollie Moore, who's in the Sussex squad regularly. Loves his cricket, Ethan, always has. Leg side delivery. This is the last over from Ledden. Been quite expensive. This will be an enforced change after this. Again, Dorber on strike. On the back foot. Stopped a little bit. Couldn't quite manipulate it away. And again, he's got some bounce there. Ledden into his action. Only 1 wicket today. He took 21 wickets last year in Div 2. At an average of 26. He's getting some turn and purchase out there. Just adjusting his field. Dropping back one of the fielders onto the boundary for his last couple of balls. Just in case Dorber wanted to do something really destructive. 1 off the over, and Ledden finishes with 9 overs, no maidens, 1 for 48. His day with the ball is done, but he was top run scorer last year for Rottingdean, so he will be fancying a chase later on, especially on a day like today. Hailsham well placed on 170 for 3, but haven't got away from Rottingdean. Early as we started, I said 240 was minimum. $14 overs left. If Hailsham went at 9 and over, which seems quite unlikely at the moment, they get up to 300. Zahab. Let's pick the fielder out there. Right, get that bar stocked up. Spencer Dane's back. How you doing, mate? All right? get the man a drink. No, I can't. I'm running in the morning early. I can't. Thank you. Tibbs pushes for one. And I think Rottingdean now will be looking to squeeze, get through their overs quickly. No dramas. 3, 4, 5 and over. Still 3 fielders out on the leg side, even though the ball is turning away. No errant deliveries from Zahab now. Very much settled into his work. He'll have that confidence against the new batsman who's still on 0, Dorber. But we know he can score freely. Season strike rate of 96 last year. He'll be keen to get off the mark. I must say, I think all Rottingdean bowlers have fielded really well off their own bowling today. There have been a couple of drops in the field, but actually they've done very well off their own bowling. As I used to. My best fielding was off my own bowling, actually. Dorber through the fielder, and he's off the mark. Decent throw in, but Tibble takes the handbrake off. And Dorber's off the mark with 2. He'll be happy about that. It's not warm enough for Dorber to take his jumper off yet. He's a cool character. Man of few words. On the back foot again. Chops down. Ledden fielding. Close in. Again, another quiet over. And hopefully soon I'm going to get a word with Jake Hainsworth. I still think he's... An enforced change in bowler now. As Ledden finished his spell. Islam, a change. Oh no, he returns to the end where he opened the bowling. It was a long time ago. That was 2 hours ago. And it was a sedentary start. He went for 6 and over. Hopefully we're going to grab a word with Jake in a second. Drill to the fielder. Okay, Islam. Wicket-keeper Bettesworth standing up. So Dorber can't afford to advance. Good fielding out there. Point fielder watching that ball. For all the fans in Australia, I hope we're going to catch a word with Jake Hainsworth in just a second. Okay, Islam carries on, and again it's just a quiet time for the Hailsham batsman. Right, now this is nice. Welcome to the commentary booth, Jakey boy, Jake the Snake. How was that for you today, mate? First league knock. How was it out there?
It was really good. The pitch, nice shot.
Hey, that's nice, mate.
The pitch played really good. I thought it was pretty hard. I found it hard early on, just with the lack of pace sort of coming on, especially you sort of have to generate something out of nothing, which Ollie did really well, but I sort of just tried my best to turn the strike over when I could.
Yeah, that's
in the
it,
end,
mate.
And then a bit disappointed how I got out, but the boys should get us off to a good score anyway, which is the main thing.
Yeah, man, and you're part of a 97 run opening partnership. Ollie was seeing it okay, wasn't it?
Yeah, he was hitting the ball very nice. I was just enjoying it up the other end. I think what was it, 98, and I might have been on 15.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's good when players like that go about their thing, and you're just happy watching up the other end. It doesn't really fuss me.
And they opened up with an offie from the bottom end, Cox. Does that happen too much in Australia, mate? An offie with a new ball?
No, he was bowling seam up.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, up that far, and it was just...
Tried a reverse sweep here. Tibble has seen that there's no fielder behind square, reversed, and unfortunately off stump has been pegged back. Not the usual dismissal from our Tibbs.
I sort of mentioned out there that with that bowler he's really inconsistent, so it's sort of hard to play a shot like that, because I like playing it, and because you don't know sort of where the ball, when you know they're bowling outside off, it's sort of a bit safer, but
yeah,
it sucks a bit. Hopefully we still get well above 200.
Yeah, there we go.
Overs.
The fourth wicket down then. Tibbs started off that innings in absolute stonking form, in a 4 and a 6. He said bowled, hit wicket or stumped, he's not sure. Okay, mate, we've had some news from Australia. I think it's your club presentation tonight.
Yeah. What have they sent in?
And they have sent in, what have we got, Bournemouth son?
Has there been many messages? Adrian Chad, tell Jake to stick it to the sweep.
Who's that, your pals?
Yeah, they had their presentation tonight. So.
I think you may have some silverware, mate, when you get home. Now, I talked him up earlier. Simon Dunning, the big hitting South African, and already crunches down his first ball for 2. Simon's been in good form since returning from South Africa a few weeks ago. And Jake, let me tell you this man hits the ball very hard.
Yeah, I got the pleasure of being up the other end last Saturday in the T20. It's a very clean ball. I think you might have I think that might be 4.
Yeah, that's the best bit of fielding we've seen today.
They've been good in the field today, I thought, especially on the outfield, which is very tough for you.
Yeah, it's not great. And I think fielding off their own bowling, I mentioned earlier, it's been tidy. They've always got something on the ball.
Yeah.
They've probably saved 15 singles.
Yeah.
Okay, Zahab, the leg spinner. And Ethan's got plenty of talent. As I said earlier, we've got some power to come. Tommy Mack in good form last night. The big boys of Hallett. James Bellett. But I said earlier, I mean, what were you targeting, mate, when you were out there? What were you thinking minimum? He's hit that so straight with like a sledgehammer. It's almost obliterated the stumps.
Well, now we're looking at nearly 190 off over length to go. Yeah. So I think anything around or above like 250.
Yeah. Were you when you were going out there and you not with Ollie because anything could have happened then, but you know, when you've been out there with Tibbs and so on, what were you talking about? 250, 260?
Yeah, we didn't actually say a total.
Yeah.
We didn't say a number, but we just wanted to keep being as positive as we could.
Sure.
Especially with the field spread.
Yeah.
I think they might have spread it maybe a bit too much.
Yeah.
Maybe just let that easy.
Yeah.
Although it wasn't too easy to get the singles, although they could have.
And Shafi, the left arm quick. I mean, he got quicker and quicker.
Yeah.
I was, you know, I was just surprised he didn't start with a new ball.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, he didn't really bowl through his field at all. Like, it can be hard, but he was bowling very short.
He was.
Had a one leg, a mid wicket, and a mid on, and no one else on the no square leg or whatever.
Yeah.
So I think he got that pretty wrong. But yeah, he was definitely.
Yeah, he's sharp.
Coming through with a bit more pace.
That's it, and
Yeah.
that won't bother you, son. I could see you were straight in line. You know, no issue. But I think he'll have with 11 overs left. I think he'll be coming back at some point.
Yeah, I'd say so. Yeah.
That could suit us, mind. You know, pace on the ball.
Yeah, a bit of pace on the ball. I think was it their captain that bowled from that top end?
Yeah.
He might still got a few overs, but don't know if he'll bowl again.
Yeah. So, how have you enjoyed your time, mate? First few weeks in England, in Hailsham.
Yeah, it's been really good. I've loved it so far. Everyone's been nice and very welcoming. Got up to
His runs. It won't be 4. 3 if they get a move on. Yeah.
that'll be
Ethan.
That'll be a fine for Simon later. For
Yeah, he got lapped there, didn't he?
Yeah. And he ran a 3.
Ethan lapping him. Ethan wanted 4, I think.
But yeah, no, I've enjoyed it so far. I've been lucky with everything, really. Got a good place on stage.
Yeah, cool. Mate, I'm telling you, brought the sun. You have brought the sun from Sydney. This time last year, I was in 2 jumpers, hot water bottle, and a coat. Yeah, we're okay. Long may it continue. Well, mate, any messages for the crew back home? Nothing at all, mate. We've had a bit of banter, and it's great to hear that you want to come to the Tottenham Cup final with me, mate. Well done. All right, boy. Well batted. Cheers, mate. Great to hear from Jake there. And Dunning. There you go. If anyone needs to go weight training, just use Simon's bat. Big, strong South African. Big, heavy bat. Great eye. Quick hands. And could do damage. Still over 60 balls of the innings to come. I think we're hopeful of 270, maybe 277. Dunning moves to 8 off 5.
I'm thinking the predictions might be a bit too low at this point, or maybe even too high.
Yeah, I think this is where, if Hailsham don't get bowled out, I can see it being 280. If wickets are taken, and Hailsham do get bowled out, it could still be 230. It's one of those.
It's quite unpredictable.
We still have Shafi to come back, but Hailsham might not mind the extra pace on the ball. Tom McDonald in great form last night. He'll be in next. Dunning is going to be playing a shot of ball now. He's got the licence to. Big Kev's back. Still mentioning rugby scores from months ago. You got to love him. Islam to Dorber. Wicket-keeper was moving down leg side. Dorber was looking to play through mid-wicket. Didn't have too much going for it. Umpire stood firm. Now there's an issue with the ball. So the players have been out in the field for 2 hours, 15 minutes so far. Warm day. We're going to catch a word with Ollie McDonald in a second. Left about 150 runs out there today, Ollie, but we'll let him off. Umpires are very happy to continue with the ball, I think. Oh no, they want to change the balls. So Tibbs, after just getting out, has got to now go and have a look at which ball will be.
So, Bowlesy, can I just ask you, what do you think and how do you think the season's going to go for the ones in Div 3? Because it's looking a bit unpredictable because you can't really say how well it's going to go because obviously you have the likes of Little Common and us going up last season looking really strong, and then obviously Rottingdean coming down from Div 2. How do you think we're going to fare out this year?
Yeah, there's only one second team in this division, and that's Cookfield 2s, and Cookfield 1s we know are incredibly strong. So I think straight away you're playing first teams most weeks. Crowhurst Park, Bolney, Linfield, Rye, Seaford, Glynde. Obviously we know about Little Common, so a lovely clip off the legs. Just pause there for a minute. Ethan Dorber getting into top gear now. And that is the 200 up for Hailsham. 200 for 4 in the 36 over. Sorry, with 10 overs left now. The 200 is up. So yes, back to your question. The clubs of Glynde, Seaford and Rye, we know a bit about. And I can go back to when we were in a similar position last year, 20 years ago. These Rye were in our league. But Seaford and Glynde have always been superior to us, and perhaps they're a different setup now. But they're proper clubs. They're proper players.
I agree with you there, but I think the one thing that the boys might struggle with is the conditions at some of the grounds. Because you look at the likes of Seaford, where it's right on the seafront. It's really windy out there. It's pretty open pitch. It's a good place to play. It's a good ground to play on. It's just they could potentially struggle with the conditions out there, and especially at Glynde as well.
Yeah, but do you know what? With some of the grounds, with all due respect to some of the grounds which were, aren't covered last year, okay, and a couple I can think of were like a ploughed field. I think the way we play with the hard-hitting batsmen of McDonald and Dunning, and bowlers that like to hit the deck, and I think the addition of Charlie Cousins, I'm going to enjoy watching him bowl later on. I actually think some of those pitches and it might suit us. It might suit us. But H, I think ultimately there will be some tough times in this season. 2, 3, 4 games on the bounce that we may not win. It's about picking up points, okay, and consolidating. In this league. It's an interesting setup now. You get into this thing. So first place is promoted. Second place, you're into an eliminator against Division 3 West. And if you win that, you don't go up. You play a playoff against the 8th place team in Div 2. But 2 go down. So with 10 teams in the league, I'd take anything apart from being in 9th and 10th in this first league. We're in the unknown. But who knows? We've strengthened. We've not lost anybody. The team have had a great pre-season. So I'm looking forward to the challenges. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'd very much settle for 5th or 6th.
I think mid-table is probably where we should be aiming for. If we could push for a potential playoff eliminator, then that would probably define the season as probably a great season for the club, and obviously potentially being able to get up to Div 2. Yes,
I agree with you, and I think second team same. to consolidate. Third team for me absolutely have to be promoted.
Yeah.
There's for the players now in that side. Yeah, it's late on that. It's going to run away for 4, I think. Yes. Now, I'm just reading the body back to the game here now. I'm just reading some of the body language of the Rottingdean fielders. A few double teapots with 50 odd balls to face. Hailsham could get away from them here. The field is spread. There's a single everywhere. 5 field. We're into the last 10 overs now, so you are allowed 5 fielders out in this power play, and straight away defensive mode for Rottingdean. 5 fielders are posted. 210 for 4. The run rate of 5.8, which we've been at for about the last 20 overs, 25 overs.
I think our predictions could be very close here. We could be aiming for that 270.
It could be, it could be. At more Hailsham legends here in Simon Stevens, retired footballer, now full-on distance runner. What a legend. Sean Campbellman now into the attack. Nine overs to go. 5 fielders out in the deep, all in front of square for Dunning. 3 fielders out on the leg side. 2 fielders straight. Dunning is carefully looking at this field now. His natural attacking game with 9 overs to go. Hailsham will be wanting to see a few overs of this. It's leg spin, and it's crunched out to that middle fielder in the deep at cow corner. Bit of a loosener from Campbellman, but he got away with it. And it's exactly the same field to Dorber, who's on 26. Shorter, flatter, picks out the fielder on the 1. Rottingdean won't mind this at all. Quickly through the overs. Singles don't do too much damage at the moment. They'd like to take a wicket. Well bowled. Really got through his action there. Campbellman to Dorber. Shorter. Almost tries to overhit that. Nobody can believe that he's chopped down on it, that it didn't hit the stumps. But again, he's getting through this over nice and quickly. Can get out of this with 3 or 4, no boundary. It's happy days for Rottingdean. News from Heathfield Park. Hailsham 3s are 105 for 5. Batting first against Heathfield 2s. This is a good over for Rottingdean here. They can get out with it, no boundary. Bit edgy from Dorber. There's runs, probably 2. Dorber turns and burns. But they'll take that from Sean Campbellman. They certainly will. .48 balls to go. A runner ball gets Hailsham to 261. Hailsham will be hoping for more. Rottingdean will be hoping to take wickets. Lovely to see the Stevens family down here I played with Joey the Badger for many years in the twos. Good times. Dunning on strike. And because there are 5 fielders in the deep, there are singles everywhere. Hailsham will be looking to score 8, 9 runs and over minimum. That is singles and a boundary. I think it's really key now for Dorber to rotate the strike, get Dunning on strike, and again he's picked the fielder out. There are only 4 fielders inside the ring now. I can see Charlie desperately itching to get that ball in his hand. I'm looking forward to seeing Charlie Cousins today. Now we're going to catch a word with Ollie McDonald in a minute. Never short of a word. Here he is. Come here, my boy. Struggle to get my arm around you now, mate, even though I held you when you was about 3 days old. Mate, lovely knock today, 70 odd. How was that?
Yeah, good to start the season well. Pretty gutted in the end. Couldn't have gone the whole way. Got the ton, but, you know, everyone's done their job today to a man, really. So, yeah, just hopefully we can get up to 280, 290 from here. That'd be ideal. First game of the season. Pitch is lovely. Outfield's quick. So, yeah, it's positive.
And the game was played in good spirits out there, pal?
Yeah, very good spirits. So, yeah, all friendly. Maybe a bit too friendly for me.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if so things go really well, yeah, 280, 290. We've got some power in the hutch, haven't we?
Yeah, we do. Yeah, Tommy Mack, big bro next, and Ange Anthony, who's been in fine form over pre-season.
That's it, mate. And may we see you have a little tweak later on?
Yes, yeah. Hopefully, I'll get a few overs. I mean, their spinner seemed to get a little bit off the pitch because it's very dry. It's a road out there.
So it was turning.
Yeah, their offie was, giving it a little bit turn in. So hopefully, yeah, hopefully the team just do it all themselves and don't have to come to any of us. So, but if it has to, it has to.
All right, mate. Great knock today. So hopefully we get the victory later on. The second over in a row there of not too much action. So 7 overs to go, 214 for 4. Dunning has taken the long handle to that. Field is well set, but he can't stop it.
Never mind the boy.
One of the hardest hitting players locally. And if he gets going, I'm not even joking when I say 300.
1 minute, boy, 1 minute.
Could happen.
If I'm honest, when he's playing T20, he plays exceptionally well as well. He decides to just absolutely go for the ball. Ooh.
Oh dear me. I'm very, very glad that the fielder there on the edge of the square hasn't been cleaned up. He kept his eye on that really well.
And this is what I was saying about the outfield. Just we haven't had rain for ages, and it's just
Dorber. Yeah, I agree, mate. I agree. Dorber toe ends that. Everybody has looked out towards the score hut, but actually it's gone straight. The fielder in the deep here also didn't pick it up. And in the end, it's gone for 4. Bonus runs for Hailsham, really. As Dorber now moves to 32 on his league debut this year. Reverse sweep is out. And here come the runs for Hailsham. We had said Dorber on strike. The acceleration is now coming. Waited well for that. Happy to take. Not even sure the bowler had the ball in his hand. Partnership goes to 46. And now, towards the latter part of this innings, it is getting to a runner ball for the whole innings. Dunning on strike. Pay attention, everybody. And that is why hard, flat, straight, 6. Everybody in Hailsham Rec at the moment needs to pay full attention. Get your crash helmets on. Because as I said this morning, the power hitter from South Africa is getting motoring. 24 off 13. An expensive over. $20 off the over. I'm beginning to think your prediction, Bulmer, my son, might have been on the conservative side.
I might have to increase it if Simon plays like this. If I'm honest, 260 could be very conservative, so I might have to raise it maybe into the 280s, maybe even the 290s.
Fortunately, mate, you've made your bed, you've got to lay in it. Both batsmen now have the licence to thrill. Dorber, 37 not out. Dunning, 24 not out. It will be a shot a ball. And there's the next one. It's straight, and it bisects beautifully straight into the sight screen. So it's Boner back into the shorter. Dunning rocks onto the back foot. 2 bounces out to the deep fielder. It will be a shot a ball now. Hailsham now going at 6.1 runs to the over. Dorber 42 off 38. Dunning 25 off 14. Dorber on strike. And with the vast expanses, 5 fielders out. There's a single every single ball. Dunning on strike. Well bowled. Dunning set himself for that short ball again. Readjusted. Took the single. Minimum single per ball now. Is Dorber going to get that reverse out again? No, he stays orthodox. Well fielded off his own bowling from Boner. 8 off the over. 242 for 4. 5 overs to go, young Bulmer son.
Yeah, I don't think my prediction's big enough at this point. I think I might have to accept defeat already.
And I think the danger for Rottingdean is there's only 4 wickets down.
Yeah, I think
this could get messy.
It could. As long as we take early wickets when we're out on the field, I think we could have a good chance of this one.
And let's not forget Simon Dunning from last year, one of the most memorable knocks out here, 109 not out against Little Common in August. Hailsham were 1 for 2 that day, 89 for 4, chasing 252 for the win. And Dunning came to the crease. 13 fours he hit. 6 sixes that afternoon. The most remarkable knock of a strike rate of 202. it just proves how destructive he can be.
I remember being down here for that Little Common game, and the atmosphere when Simon came into bat was electric. I mean, I think it was the crowd that got behind him that made him, you know, go for the ball, strike it well to get us that victory here at home against Little Common and obviously the local derby. So it was really good that day to see him bat exceptionally well against Little Common.
It was superb. Okay, can he have a repeat dose here? Just lost his shape there. The head went up, the chest went up. Lucky to miss the off stump. Rottingdean are just hanging in here now. Desperate to see the back of Dunning, I'm sure. Hits the ball so hard. Full toss. And that is massive. That is in the builder's yard. Somebody throw that ball back. It's been murdered. It's got blood all over it. The umpire's just given 12. I did think I'd been transformed to Yankee Stadium with that delivery. Strike one. When he is in this mood, it feels like you're playing Dunning's game. 250 up in the 41st over. And don't forget, we have the prime Hailsham meet of Andrew Anthony, Tom McDonald, Diesel, Hallett to come in still. They might not even get a bat. Jimmy Bellick wants his not out. Bellick wants his not out. He'll have a little one not out later on. Don't worry about that. He's average, boy. He's the average.
Just jumping in real quick about Diesel last night. He was the man that went out there and won the Royals the game yesterday. We needed 10 to win off the final over. He goes in, first ball, flicks it off the toes for 4. And then with 2 balls left, he goes and absolutely straight drives it over the side screen for 6 to win us the game. And I think that was it was a pretty electric moment as well down here. And
absolutely brilliant. I'm so happy for Diesel, you know.
So we could see another performance from him today.
We could. At the moment, we are playing Simon Dunning's game. He's gone again. It's 6 more. Anybody walking around Hailsham at the moment, please take cover. It is raining 6s from the Western Road ground off the bat of Simon Dunning. He's gone again. He's gone again. It's 6. This is the short arm jab.
Well, that's my score gone. 2-6-2. Whenever Simon's coming into the crease, I think if you ever have like a bet on the score, you should probably increase it as soon as you say what you said.
He is now overtaken Dorber, and Dorber's scoring at a decent rate. I did say 15 minutes ago 300 could be on the cards. It was unlikely. And that's the end of the fun. And it was fun. It was fun for everybody here. It was fun for Dunning. Bold Campbellman for 44 off 21 balls. 31 swashbuckling minutes. 2 4s and 4 6s. I said this morning I was looking forward to seeing Dunning play, and that has propelled the scoring rate. He's cheesed off because he wanted more, but some massive 6s. His son Sam gives him the high 5 and a big hug. The power hitter has propelled Hailsham towards an above par total. However, This pitch has got runs in it. Rottingdean will fancy their chances. They get off to a solid start in the power play. Could be in for a great finish. In at 7 is Andrew Anthony. And that is a golden duck. Anthony in at 7. Maybe promoted up the order. Tommy Mack will come in next. That was short and sweet from AA. And Tommy Mack, who has been in brilliant form last night, has been recovering from a thumb injury. Certainly we are in the hitting zone now. AA may have taken a bit of time to put his eye in, but there we go. Such happens in these times.
I think with Tom coming in now, I think hopefully he puts in another performance like last night. 43 yesterday, using his brother's bat. This time he's using his own bat. He had a problem with his old bat yesterday because Joe Clarkson was using his newer one because Joe's bat broke the other day. So let's see what Tom can get up to in the crease today. So yeah.
Okay, so still an important period. He's creamed that. That was the end of the wicket was taken on the last ball of the over. So Ethan Dorber on strike. Who's still going about his business nicely. And that brings in Tom McDonald, who had an excellent season last year for the Firsts. 386 runs, including 7 not outs, Tom. Therefore, he had an average of 48. Played some key innings. 350s. Very nice 68 not out against Chiddingly. Huge victory from Hailsham away at Chid in May. Chipped in with a few runs as well, but was really that solid number 7. If there was a collapse, Tom batted so sensibly last year. And those 2 quick wickets are just what Rottingdean wanted. Stemming those boundaries again from Dunning. It's wider. Took the single. This has been such a pleasing knock. It's gone a little bit under the radar with Dunning's fireworks, but Ethan, you know, his debut in Div 3 for the ones, 44 off 41, is one big blow away from a half century for the first team. Just seen Dunning. Just feels that he left a few out there, but it was great fun. A huge 6 into the builder's yard. That's one of the biggest we've seen here. The track is in the middle, and that went sailing over the score hut. Tom's made connection there. They're looking for 2, but it has gone straight to the fielder, and they settle for 1. Again, a quieter over for Rottingdean. That's good news. Only 4 off it. 3 overs to go. I think I'm guaranteed my £1, unless there's a desperate collapse. 10 and over now would get Hailsham to 299. It's interesting that Shafi has not been brought back on the quick left armour.
I'm surprised about that, to be honest, because they're staying with the spinners and obviously seeing what Simon could do, smacking them out the park. But I mean, looking at the lower order now, we've still got some good power in there. Tom, obviously, with his 43 yesterday, and Ethan with his 53 as well yesterday. I think these two, you can't not think about them in in the creases at the moment, and I think they could still go for it, and I think maybe the 300 could potentially come up depending on how well they do.
Yeah, I agree. Campbellman to McDonald. Fresh out of 2 wickets last over. Now, there was definitely pad bat or bat pad. We will have to have a look here. It was a really strong appeal. We're looking at the replay. We knew that he had hit it. It was whether he hit the pad first or the bat first. The umpire has decided that it was pad first. McDonald walks off looking at his bat. And that's 3 really quick wickets that has stemmed the flow. McDonald is really sure it was bat first into pad and not pad into bat. He smashed it into the pad. Hat-trick ball now for Campbellman. That was the hat-trick. Well, forgive me. Sean Campbellman. No wonder it was such a massive appeal. There's me looking at my cup of tea. And a hat-trick has been taken. Brilliant. This could be a 4 in a row. It is 4 in a row. 4 wickets in 4 balls. Christmas has come early. Catching practice on the boundary. And I didn't think we'd see my old friend James Bellett, but we are. Four wickets in 4 balls. There's always action guaranteed down here at Hailsham. 269 for 8. Disappointed. Big D's comes back. Didn't quite get the elevation, and Rottingdean thrilled with the last 10 minutes. It's looking like 250. Potentially it could have been 300. On balance, it's a decent total. But Hailsham are now in danger of getting bowled out and not seeing out their allocation of 45 overs, which is a cardinal sin from where they were. Well bowled. Wicket to wicket now. Dot balls are like gold dust. And Ethan Dorber has been sort of starved of the strike with all these wickets going down. He's the batsman that's set, scoring at a runner ball. Campbellman to Bellett. So by the time this innings is done, it will be the full 3 hours. Entertaining cricket. First league game of the season. Shorter and given wide. Hailsham will accept that as the 270 comes up.
Congratulations, Bowlesy, on winning.
Thanks, mate. I won't take money off the youth. Give you a chance of double or quits next week, kid. Again, Dorber is starved of the strike. James Bellett dabs down for 2. Definitely 2. Could be 4. They wait on 2. A great arm back. Great throw back in. And I think one of the reasons they waited for 2 is to keep Dorber on strike. 12 balls left. 272 for 8. I wonder what instructions Tibble would want from here. Is it a shot a ball, or is it seeing out the full allocation of 45? Earlier I saw Charlie with I don't know if there's an apple or a ball, desperate to go. He never thought of putting his pads on. The pads are on now. He'll be in at 11. But more importantly, Ethan Dorber, 45 or 42. He hasn't seen much of the strike at all. He'll be desperate for a 50 today. And they're going to push for 2 here. Definitely push for 2. Yeah, these two. Good game awareness from Dorber and from McDonald. Runs off every ball would be great now. Propel Hailsham up to 290-ish. And Will Dorber will be thinking he's on 47 now. It's maiden 50 for the first team. They take a single. So that's 3 off the first 2 balls. Now James Bellett, an astonishing average last year. His total runs were 145 and his average was 145 in the first team. He's gone straight there and it's crisp. Work for the fielder. Fielder does well. They just take 1 to leave Dorber on strike with 3 balls left of the over. Hailsham will want all of these to pay now. The field is well spread. There's a single everywhere, but Dorber wants more than a single. Well bowled, but only 1. 2 balls left of the over. Yes, we've hit the 277. I believe that's what I said. I think we're going to go north of that. Well, I hope we do. Bellett on strike. Full toss. That was destined for the boundary. He's picked out the fielder at wide mid-wicket. I thought that was 4 all the way. So, last ball of the over. Hailsham do not want a 1 here. They want to leave Dorber on strike. They've got to push 2. They really have got to push 2. And they turn and go. Good game management there. 1 over to go. It's been an innings full of some ups and downs, but some decent spells. Dorber is on 49. This would be a lovely start to his year.
The 300 is definitely still possible at this rate. With, you know, we could go all out for 6s at this rate with Dorber on strike.
I think another 10 minutes of Dunning would have been up there. But Dorber, 49. Yes, jabs down on it. And that's 50 for Ethan Dorber. His first 50 for the first team. 46 balls. 7 fours. Well done, Heath. Been lovely to watch. Lots of action going on the other end. But he's been in at 5. That's a great knock. I'm sure everyone will be very proud of him, including his father, Matthew. Right. They want to push now, take every single run. Bellett settles on 1. The 280 is up. 4 balls left. Now Ethan can play a scoop and a reverse. Let's see if he's going to get it out of the locker. I called it. I called the reverse. And there it was. just see with all 5 deep fielders in front of square. 3 balls left. Is 290 possible? Campbellman taken 4 wickets, stemmed the flow of runs. Slightly agricultural there, made no connection. He would be hitting with the wind, as we've seen from Dunning. That is a big hit down there. Fielders are ready. Dorber on strike. Advances, crunches. Well watched at mid-off. Last ball, 2 balls left. Last ball of the innings, 284 for 8. James Bellett, can he clear the ropes? He's had a good go. It's in the gap, pressure on the fielder. He stopped the 4, and they get to yet another not out for James Bellett. Big round of applause for the whole team. At halfway here, Hailsham 286 for 8 off their 45 overs. Top scorers for Ollie McDonald, 74. Ethan Dorber, 53 not out. And 44 quickfire runs from Simon Dunning. Special mention for Campbellman, who took 4 for 52, but 4 wickets on the bounce. Ethan Dorber leads off the field. A really impressive 53. Hasn't even broken sweat. Still got the jumper on, a cracking knock. Another not out for Bello, as predicted. And Charlie didn't have to bat. Rottingdean having a word in the middle there. We will be back to see their chase of 287 to win in about 25 minutes. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Had a very successful tee. Some healthy options and some not so healthy options. The Hailsham side have had a good warm-up. Bowlers have been out there for a good 10-12 minutes. And the Rottingdean openers are raring to go. They will be opening up with Rory Hobbs and Henry Ledden. Hailsham will be opening up from the bottom end, the Tommy Walder end. And the run rate required, it's always good to have a look at that at this stage, for the whole innings is 6.4. So at halfway, the general consensus, probably a slightly above par score, but Rottingdean won't be phased by this. Decent track, glass outfield, but also plenty of chances for two once the field's been spread. And opening up the bowling for Hailsham will be Andrew Anthony. Okay, and we're good for the second half. We're good to go. Andrew Anthony has the new nut in his hand. Top wicket taker for Hailsham last year in the first, 29 wickets. At an average of 16. And he's into his work. And it's a Chinese cut for 4. Rottingdean are underway. Not in the most convincing style, but they'll take it. That rushed Hobbs, just got bat on it. And as we found out from the outfield earlier, it absolutely flew to the boundary. They're off the mark, 4 without loss. A response from Anthony, shorter, nicely in behind it, Hobbs, right-hand batsman. Hailsham's field in the power play, 2 slips. Third man, I believe. Anthony, 4 for no loss. Yorker length. Four runs. And this is exactly the start that Rottingdean were after. Eight off the first 3 balls. Anthony straying a little in length there and line. And young Rory Hobbs said thank you very much. Very fast outfield as we saw earlier. Anthony in again to Hobbs. Shoulders and arms. That one keeps a little bit low. Well taken by Hainsworth, the Australian behind the timbers. So 2 slips, settle, Ringfield. Charlie Cousins at third man. That would indicate probably that he's going to take the new ball from the pavilion end. And we will see about that now. That is the end of the over. No, it's not. 1 to come. I'm getting ahead of myself because I'm very eager to see Charlie bowl. the end of this over, we'll have a little look around the grounds at Hailsham. The Hailsham teams. Catch, caught and bowled. That is just the response that Andrew Anthony wanted. We'll pause the going around the ground at the moment because we have some action. After an indifferent start, Anthony has squared up Hobbs. Don't know whether it was a leading edge or he just didn't follow through on the shot. Anthony initially thought that that ball was coming quicker than what it was. Steadied himself, took the catch, and Rottingdean, an eventful first over, are 8 for 1 in the pursuit of 279. Okay, in at 3 is Peter Bonar for Rottingdean, and the wicket was taken on the last ball of the over. So we will see in league action for the first time Charlie Cousins. Looked really sharp in pre-season. Long run up. Hainsworth behind the timbers, 2 slips settle. Ledden on strike. And shoulders and arms. Ball goes through to Hainsworth. So rocked back a little bit there, Rottingdean, with the wicket. The departing opening bat, Hobbs. News from Hove. Worcestershire 162 for 8, which is great news for Sussex. They still require 2 wickets with ahead by 120, but there's a partnership of 51 going on for the 9th wicket over at Hove. Very loud shout, I know. Simon Dunning comes swooping in. So left-handed Henry Ledden. And Cousins is trying to slant the ball across him to the 2 slips. Bowling to a 6-3 field, so he won't want to stray onto the pads. Solid stroke from Ledden. And after quite a frenetic first over, middling in now, both batsmen on 0. And that is an absolute magic delivery from Charlie Cousins. Ledden has looked so at home. It may have taken something special. He departs for a duck. He's squared him up, and I believe the ball has flicked off stump. Great celebration from the Hailsham side. Charlie's joined us this pre-season, fitted straight in. That was the delivery of the day, no doubt.
That was, to be fair, from here, it looked like an absolute jaffer. I think it hit middle stump and took the bails off, sent them flying, but I think for a first over from Charlie in the league, I think he's definitely going to take it. He's not going to take any negatives from it. I mean, just taking 1 wicket and no runs with 1 left to come in the over, I think he'll be pleased with himself with this first over.
Absolutely superb start. The 34-year-old from Sydney. been in England for many a year now, up in London and now settled in Heathfield. Hasn't played for a few years, but he's had a great pre-season. That was pretty tough to play first up. The left-handed Ledden. And Hailsham, as we saw quite a few times last year, taking wickets early in the power play.
I think it's the right thing to do, try and take early wickets, just to, restrict the opposition down quite low, just to make yourself so you can settle in the later overs. And I think that's what Tibbs is getting his bowlers to try and do. And I think we're going well so far, and I think this is what Tibbs definitely wanted to see.
Yeah, it was AA and James Bellett last year, who would be a flamboyant shot at 8 for 2. And that's the end of the over. And Charlie Cousins gleefully takes his cap from the umpire, jogs down to the green pastures.
And that's a wicket maiden on his first ever over for the club. So congratulations to Charlie there.
A wicket maiden. Absolute magic delivery.
We are on for, I think, what could be a very tasty league season this season with the ones, especially in Div 3. And yeah, I think we could potentially try and go all the way in as far as we possibly can.
Well, if this afternoon is anything to go by, of course, very early days. I like the way we accelerated through the 45 overs. Solid start. First few overs we were going at 3 and over. That's fine. And then McDonald exploded some real pace there from AA. Hainsworth takes the ball as it ducks off to his right. And the new batsman here is Pete Bonner, and another lefty. So Rottingdean trying to employ left-right combinations at the top of their innings. And this is where I know that Tibbs and the clubs are desperate for athletes in the field. They don't want to carry anybody in the field. Young, strong, fit players. So I think Campbellman and Bonner here, who will be in the rebuilding phase, run rate required now up to 6.5. There won't be any easy singles out there. And that is demonstrated there by Dunning, the eldest statesman in the team, swooping down, mid-40s, Si, swooping down, returning that ball in.
I think a big part of this season as well is going to be availability in the squad. Obviously last season it was pretty good, so I think that's one thing that we've got to hope for.
Yeah, and in my many years of playing, I always know that availability is strong when you're winning.
Yeah.
Holidays don't want to be booked. Players don't want to lose their spot. We know that there's real strength in the second team. Wow, 4 or 5 players on there really knocking on the door. And for these players who are in the chair, they're in the team. They won't want to relinquish their spot.
I think another big part of it is to keep your spot is the training and your consistency, showing what you're worth, showing how you're going to do. And I think, most of them show it from time to time. Some of them you might have a little dip. But yeah, I think that's all we need to, keep up on is consistency and everything, and just making sure that we're getting through.
Yeah, sure thing. The attitude towards training has been the best it's ever been in the 35 years that I've been involved here. Another maiden on the trot. So the first over went for 8, and then we've gone maiden. So whereas Rottingdean really went for the spin approach, we know that there are 4 genuine opening fast bowlers here, and I know that Diesel Hallett and James Bellett will be absolutely raring to go.
I mean, the pitch, I think, is definitely suiting the seam up at the moment, and I think it's going to come along as we go. Obviously, batting first, I think, was a good idea.
Yeah,
set a
Tibbs
good
was,
score.
Tibbs was keen to win the toss and bat. Okay, Cousins into his work again. They've pushed for 1. Ethan Dorber couldn't cut off the 1 there. It was very wide of him. And that's the first run conceded from Cousins.
I think having two Aussies in the team is also going to, boost the spirits. Them bringing over their skills.
Well, I don't know about that. I do love a few Australians, but not many. Kylie Minogue, Danny Minogue, Dave Medner-Everidge, Shane Warne. They always say don't meet your heroes. Well, I met Shane Warne and I had 5-10 minutes with him. He's absolutely legendary. Just me and him.
I think I'm quite also excited to see Jake behind the stick.
Yeah, they seem good eggs. They fitted into the club well. I only jest. And if Big Ange Postecoglou manages to win a trophy in his second season, he will be in my top 5 Aussies. All is forgiven.
Oh,
Who do you support?
I think you know who I support, don't you, Bowlesy?
Yeah. And that's where we... you need to have an education on things. Anyway, enough of that. The sun's out. It's the cricket season. Happy days. Bonner on strike. 2 slips settle. Shows the full face of the bat. Great pickup. Sharp work. But they're through for the single. And if there's no loose deliveries at the moment to get away, wouldn't want this run rate to spiral run rate required to spiral too far up. No time for panic though, plenty for Rottingdean, plenty of overs to go. Cousins to Campbellman. Another absolute jaffer.
Lovely ball from Charlie.
From Campbellman's point of view, he's just glad that he didn't get anything on it.
I think this is going to be the thing. Obviously, playing against some teams that we haven't played against, seeing how talented they are compared to us. I think, we're going to get an idea of what to come up against them, what to work on, and how we should be playing against them.
And Campbellman in Div 2 last year, 351 runs, 13 innings, average 29, very respectable. Tough season for Rottingdean. And Campbellman's been in the runs, friendly against Hailsham a couple of weeks ago. Top scored with 58. Rottingdean tried to chase 203. They ended up decent game and run out for everyone. Right, so after a very fruity first over, it's been Hailsham on top since then. Full shot. It will yield some runs, perhaps 4. It's running down the hill. Yes, 4 runs. That just shows it wasn't really timed. 4 runs. And this is what Rottingdean need now, is a partnership.
And we're going to see how the ones fare without the mighty Jack Coughlin today, playing for Beads.
Yeah, there are a few. Another lovely shot. That was class. left-handed batsmen always seem to have some elegance about them.
Well, I can say that about myself because I'm a left-hander.
Oh,
even
Bulmer.
yeah, even though I'm not the greatest batter in the world, but I always do like some more lefties.
Yeah, I think my first experience was David Gower in the early 80s. He took his time, but when he played through the covers, it was majestic.
Yeah. Looks like the ball went into the road. That's how far it went.
So, is this the over where Rottingdean get back on this chase? AA's been hit for 2 boundaries in a row. Make that 3 in a row. Peter Boner. He's had enough. He's gone 4-4-4. And this has prompted Tibbs now to reassess. Have a look at this field. At the end of this over, we are going to have a little look around the grounds, Hailsham sides.
I believe everyone's doing quite well at the moment, to be fair. Not too many bad scores out there.
Sounds good.
And Dan, very funny. I know. Yeah, I know you're a Spurs fan, and don't worry, the bet's still on.
To be fair, he was quite lax on a few.
Yeah, I've spoke to a few Arsenal fans today and asked them who they've got in their final. Little response.
Unfortunately, no one.
Well, according to your esteemed manager, you're the best team in the competition.
I mean, we put up a good fight, and we made it further than we expected
Which
into the
does
semis.
not mean you're the best team in the competition. Because last time I looked, you had to score more goals than the opposition.
I mean, don't get me wrong, because look at the teams that you had out there. You had Bayern, Real, obviously we went away to the Bernabeu and, took that away and then sent us through to the semis. But you had the likes of Barca, Inter. What a semi-final that was between Barcelona and Inter, and obviously Inter managed to edge themselves through.
Great viewing. Shorter. Hit further. 6. The first 6 of the innings. And that was the over that Rottingdean needed to get back on track. 18 off it.
Quite an expensive over that from AA. Probably not happy with himself there, but we all know that he can take some more wickets because, he's one of those bowlers that can take them quickly.
And they won't be panicking here, Rottingdean. They'd have been in this position. They know they'd have to take the game deep. They want to have a look at Hailsham's change bowlers. Right, let's have a look around the grounds then. In H-Bomb.
Let's have a look. Play cricket apparently has been having a couple of issues at the moment, so some of the scores might not be as accurate. But looking like the seconds away at Lewis Priory finished on 289 for 9. He's 2-footed the ball and saved it. He's only gone for 1. It's a good way of fielding there.
Good, Sean.
The threes game currently isn't up on Play Cricket, but last time I believe we received a message. I think it was like 208 for something, I believe. The 4th 11 game's quite behind. They are at home at Roebuck Park against Ram CC. And the 5th 11 are at Pevensey. Oh no, they're at Ashburnham. And beautiful shot. Is it going to go all the way? It's gone all the way for 4.
Just going to butt in there. This is definitely a counter-attack.
Yeah, I agree with you.
The number 3 batsman, Peter Bonner. The last 5 minutes, he's gone to 23 off 16. A attacking Anthony and attacking Cousins. Much needed. I like it. Sorry, mate. Please continue.
That's all right. The 5th 11 are at home at the Ashburnham, and Pevensey are... Beautiful shot.
He's gone again.
Buddy!
And it's 4 more. And it's these testing periods that the first team didn't have to encounter last year. If a side was 2 down, there'd be more wickets taken, or it would be, there'd be 30 for 3 off 12, 15.
I think as long as we keep a positive mentality out in the field, I think we still have a fighting chance, because as soon as you drop that positivity and turn it into negativity, then...
Totally, I'm just really interested in how we react. And no slips now, packing that offside field, and has it yielded the wicket.
It's high,
It's
very
a tough
high.
catch, really scooped over the fielder who was running back. Hailsham won't mind that.
He won't.
They've kept the field up in front of the wicket. Now say, we've got the runs on the board. You can hit over us, but you're not going to hit through us.
I think the 5ths are probably going to be not very pleased with themselves. Pevensey 2nd 11, 246 for 7 off to the 40, and that's a brilliant drive.
Lovely shot.
Into the air. Has it gone all the way? It has gone all the way. Another 4. Bonner's total, taking him up to 33 now, off of 19.
Okay, and I can see Tibbs reacting. He's just brought fine leg up into the circle. He's seen enough of these flamboyant drives from Bonner at 3. And he has said, we are going to have a cover sweeper who remains out. Fine leg into the circle. Yeah, he's just taking his time here, Tibbs, to get the field he wants. He moves himself round, takes one away from the leg side. And yeah, he's adjusted the field so that there is now a fielder in the deep in front of square. The other one is at 3rd man. A good response from Cousins. That was a brutal over of 15 taken off him with some cracking shots.
We'll get somewhere. Imagine if we don't.
And the counter-attack is on. Bonner scoring at a strike rate of 165.
We could have a very, very tight scoring game on our hands here.
Yep, the counter-attack is on. Some nice shots. Field adjusted.
Just as they switch overs, may as well take you around the grounds in the county championship, just as most teams heading for tea now. Essex currently trailing by 121, as they will be changing around the innings very shortly. Nottinghamshire lead Hampshire by 187 runs. Worcestershire are 162 for 8 down at Hove, and Warwickshire declared on 665 for 5, and Surrey are now 2 for no loss of 2 overs. And just as Andrew Anthony comes into bowl, shot down the ground and picked up by, I think that's Kieran Peacock for just a single there. So Bonner back on strike. Can he strike hard once again? But yes, down in Division 2, Kent are 50 for 5 off of 26, chasing 549. So Kent not getting off to the greatest of starts. And at T, Northamptonshire are 238. And then Lancashire 276. So that'll be between innings very soon. So all is good in the county championship this weekend. What's Andrew Anthony got in his pockets here, ready to bowl? Good length. Nipped behind. Jake's taken it very well behind the sticks there. And looks like Diesel is pumping himself up, potentially coming on from that end in the next couple of overs. 38 overs remaining. And I think, yeah, the counter-attack is definitely on for Rottingdean. They're going to chase us down very quickly. Into bowl, shouts of catch. They're going to go... No, they're not going to go for two. They do take a quick single. There's good communication out there. Good attempt for the catch. Wasn't there, though. Just dropped short. And looks like a bit of a field change here because we have the right-hander of Sean Cowberman down here at the pavilion end. It is getting cold in the commentary box as Andrew Anthony bowls, defended very nicely there by Campbellman. For another dot ball, 2 balls remaining in the over. Bowlsy's just taking a little bit of a break just to enjoy what looks like a very ripe banana. Is going to talk to some of the opposition supporters that have made their way down from Rottingdean today. Bit of a fuller length there by AA. They're going to take the one, just a single there. Played nicely. It's going to put Bonner back on strike. And once again, another field change for the left-hander, I believe he is. Let's have a look. Cousins coming back down to third man now. Taking a wicket maiden in his first ever innings and over for Hailsham firsts. And here comes AA once again. Good length. Defended down and AA collects it, sends it to Diesel for the end of the over.
Just down the slope, as you can imagine. Yeah. A bit fuller. It does swing out the hand a little bit, but not much. I think it might have
But where
a
that
couple of overs.
where that starts moving.
Got 2, 3, 4 all out then. So.
Went halfway.
That bowl. At bowler. At bowler. It's weak that.
So ready for the next over. Charlie Cousins back in the attack. Brilliant delivery, defended down by Campbellman for a dot ball. And I think Tibbs, I wonder what Tibbs is saying to his players out in the field at the moment, telling his bowlers where they should be aiming for and, you know, honing in on their lines. And I think we're definitely still going to go and try and take some more early wickets here as the end of the power play.
But then I did the London Marathon in the October, so
Edged down to third man. Is that Ethan Dorber down there? I think it is Ethan Dorber. So they took the single. And the field does change once again.
so yeah, now I remember laying in my bed.
Charlie just, I think, wanting to change his field a little bit differently this time to what it was last time for when Bonner was on strike.
Especially in these leagues.
Looks like Dorber's come in.
It's not even that, but it means they might have gained a couple of players.
Still got a third man. The question is, who will be the next bowler? Because I think Diesel was warming up. So will it be the mighty Diesel Hallett coming in? Here comes Charlie into bowl. Wide given.
Yeah, that's 40.
So 48 for 2 off of 7 so far. And it's 25 past 4 down here at the Western Road Recreational Ground.
Yeah, you're 15. I love that. I love that. Look, I'm never going to, now, I'm not going to
You can probably hear Bowlesy in the background, but Simon, great fielding, and it's almost a run out at the non-striker's end. So they do get a single there. Great fielding by Simon Dunning just off the camera. Turns out it was actually a dot ball. They didn't run it.
trying to bowl. Downhill.
Here comes Charlie to Peter Bonner once again.
But we've run marathons, mate. We've run marathons. Not many have.
They're going to take the 2. As Diesel sends it to Jakey behind the sticks for 2. And that is 50 runs up on the board for Rottingdean. And the umpire signals are wide there from Charlie. Looking a bit annoyed with himself there. That's fine. He can always prove on himself as Bowlesy just picks up the other microphone, picking up the background noise, and I think he sorted it for us. Perfect. And Charlie ready to go once again from the pavilion end. That's a shot. It's coming towards the pavilion. It's going to go for 4. That's a brilliant shot from Peter to take him up to 40, edging ever closer to his half century of 50.
Twice round there. I did 760 spin twice. What are we doing? It's only because I was getting money. And I've been in.
I was just saying, I was running with a girl, and she was like, yeah, we normally
What has happened there? I think it's come off the toe and it's bounced down, but they have taken the single there, I believe. They have. And that is the end of that over, and it looks like Diesel could be getting himself ready. He's taken the cap off, walking down to the other end. So, oh no, he's put his cap back on, and it's going to be Andrew Anthony once again from the Tommy Walder end. So once again, Bonner back on strike. So what are we going to see from him in this over? Could he potentially go aggressive, or will they stay and potentially slow it down a little bit and be a little bit defensive? And what has Tibble said to his field, has said to his bowler on what to do? We wonder. Is Andrew Anthony ready to bowl? Big appeals there from AA. I don't know what for. Potentially come off the pads. And it's been signalled 4 leg byes. And we have a 50 partnership. Bonner contributing 41. Campbellman to also 5 contribution there. That's what AA would like to see. Another dot. You'd probably like to see a lot more of them, and hopefully we do see a lot more of them, but hopefully we see plenty more wickets from all of our bowlers. And Bowlesy looks to be walking back towards the commentary box as AA bowls. Good shot, run into the boundary. Kieran Peacock looks to be chasing, dives, and it's gone over the boundary. 4 runs, and that's going to take Bonner up to 45. not far off of his half century. We've seen a good attacking intent here from Rottingdean. So we are looking good in the field at the moment, and looks like he's approaching the commentary box once again. The man himself putting one of his layers on, because it is very cold in this commentary box, I must say. As AA bowls, taken behind, it's given as a wide. Ainsworth took it very nicely there. It's good to see him keep. Looks like a consistent keeper, and obviously a very good batsman, as he had a good outing earlier in the first innings, opening up. Taking it slow to start off with, and then hitting some nice, clean shots. And Bonner on strike again with AA bowling. They're pushing for the one. Fielded well by Simon Dunning with his foot. Probably one of the #1 rules, don't field with your feet. However, it was very cleanly stopped by Simon Dunning. Sending it back to the bowler, and field change for the right-handed Sean Campbellman, taking 4 wickets in the first innings. He'll be very pleased with his bowling performance. So what is AA going to deliver here? What is the tactics in his mind? Brilliant shot down towards mid-off there. No run taken, it's a dot ball. And look at him, he's coming back. The Peter Jury of cricket commentary has returned to the commentary box. Welcome back, Benny Bowles. How are you?
Cheers, H-Stan. Yeah, good. Just been signing a few autographs, speaking to a few adoring fans. And this is a period of the game that very much suiting Rottingdean. They've got that run rate required now to down to 6.1. It started at 6.4.
As Jake comes down towards the pavilion to collect his helmet, could this potentially mean we could be seeing a change in bowler down here at the pavilion end?
Yeah, maybe an early look at spin.
I think we could potentially be going to Ollie McDonald now. He's taken his hat off, and it looks like he's setting his field.
Yeah, so we know that we've got other quick bowlers. However, I think a change of pace, they're going to have a little look at whether a change of pace is going to bring about the wicket they want. Ollie McDonald, so enjoys bowling very much. He can bowl leggies, but I think he'll probably be bowling off spin.
It's always good to see Ollie bowl, and especially obviously coming back from that injury last year. You know, it's always interesting to see how is he going to do.
Yeah.
And I think yesterday he bowled a couple of overs, bowled very well. I think he took a couple of wickets yesterday. Maybe just the one, can't remember. But yeah, like I said, it's always interesting to see him bowl.
Yep, so here we go, and it is the danger man, Peter Bonner, on strike. Let's have a look at this field. Yeah, he's got a ring field. I don't think... Yes, one player at Cow Corner. Charlie Cousins, who has got an absolutely magnificent arm. I'd like for them to try and take him on the field for 2. And of course, Rottingdean won't know that. I remember watching him a few weeks ago at Ardingly College, a big boundary. And yeah, superbly impressive. Uppish. Tom McDonald having to be really mindful of the outfield, which has had no rain on it. Very bobbly.
Sean, you on the screen? Sean! Sean!
So a lovely partnership here for Rottingdean. Up to 59 the partnership now between Bonner and Campbellman. The single brings Campbellman on strike. So a right-left combination here, which Rottingdean have been looking for throughout. Leg side. He's quickly latched onto that as Campbellman. 4 runs. Nobody out there behind square.
It is starting to become very windy down here at the moment, and could that be affecting the conditions out there for some of the bowlers? Potentially, but let's hope we still can keep that positivity out in the field, and let's just keep pushing on to where we want to be and where Tibble wants to be. And I wonder what's going through Tibble's mind at the moment on what to do.
Yeah, I think as any captain would be, you want the element of control and the counter-attack, almost a leading edge there from Campbellman. But yes, you're just after that control from your bowlers.
You're right, Fraser.
I don't think the 3 bowlers have bowled many rank balls so far. They have bowled with some width, and to be fair, Bonner has put them away and hit the gaps. Haven't hit many players, they've hit the gaps. Young Mason Tanner here, going to be a future star for Hailsham, possibly Sussex, maybe Arsenal.
Must say, wearing probably one of the best shirts of the season. Our 3rd kit, one of the greatest kits, I must say.
Ridiculous kit.
Yeah, but yours are always just too plain.
A kit that won't be lifting any trophies this year.
Yeah, there's no guarantee that you're going to win anything, though, is there?
Well, indeed, but you've got to be in it to win it.
You're right.
It's from.
And is this a new bowler by the looks of it? And I think it is going to be the captain, Jason Tibble.
Yeah, so we wondered earlier why Rottingdean pursued most of their innings with spin and the slower bowlers. And even though we have Diesel Hallett and opening bowler from last year, James Bellett, good to go, and I thought they might be up first change. He's showing all the skills of captaincy here. He actually wants to take pace off the ball. Ollie McDonald's first over and he went for 5, so he's dragging that control back. My only concern is about taking wickets. Diesel Hallett is a wicket taker, and as was proved with the Hailsham innings, the lower order batsmen, such as Bellett at the end, don't have too many demons in this pitch. It's going to be a good finish. Just feel it. I sat down with you at half time and I said, sneaky feeling, Rottingdean will give this a real go.
I mean, anyone's in it to win it at this point, so I mean, as long as we just go out there and, you know, play positively, we've got it, I think. Still 72 for 2 after 10 with 3 balls remaining.
I think this is where, when we look at the route that Tibble has gone, he's gone for 4 seamers and then fiddling another 9 overs between him and McDonald was the idea. Now, this could highlight, and I'm not saying that Tibble and McDonald, that's runs. Chase is on. This will test the athleticism. And they've done well, Donald and Dorber. Worked well as a team on the boundary to keep it to 2. I know that, you know, and that's 50. 50 for the number 3 batsman in quick time. 50 off 37. 8 4s and 1 6. And from a He's made a huge contribution, 2/3 of the runs. He's now on the sweep. And that was a lovely shot. Bold stride.
Really do wonder what's going through Tybal's head at the moment, seeing, you know, Bonner getting his 50 up, and then to go for...
So the point I was getting to, as the probably the greatest Hailsham spinner walks past, in Hugh Sugar Thomas, put it this way, if play cricket would have started when I was playing with Hughie all of those years ago, 35 years ago I started playing with him, he would be top of that spin chart. And the point I'm getting to is we haven't strengthened with an absolute top-class spinner. And I'd say that in full respect of Holly Young, who I believe is absolute top class in Saturday cricket, mixed cricket. And I think she should have her chance this year in the first team at some stage, because she is a gun fielder. However, this could highlight perhaps we may get found out with a wicket-taking spinner. And I'm not, you know, I take last year, Tibbs, 13 wickets at 12, a best of 5 for 46 against his old club Eastbourne Twos in June. And that's runs.
Good, Johnny! Keep backing, Johnny!
McDonald chipped in last year with the ball. 14 wickets, an economy of 5. However, whereas the spinners for Rottingdean actually brought some control at times, we've had 18 runs off 15 balls of our spinners. Just about hanging in there though. The game's in the balance. I always like to look at the run rate required and how that's moved up or down since the innings has started.
Currently sat just above 6, I think.
We
Anything's
started at
possible.
6.4.
Anything is definitely possible. At the moment, 6.06 per over needed. But, you know, we could have a spell of good wicket taking.
Yeah, I think Hailsham are desperate for a wicket now. This partnership is up at 77. And
I think the fielders are definitely starting to struggle with the outfield, finding the areas where it's not very...
yeah, you just haven't got confidence when you're approaching the ball. Same for Rottingdean as well earlier on. Again, leg side delivery from McDonald. The arms are thrown up, but he's in total control of that. And that's 10 off the over with a ball to go. Plenty of encouragement here for Ollie McDonald. It's a better ball, bit of fizz, bit of bounce. Okay.
10 from that over.
And exactly 6 runs per over needed now. So they are getting on top. Rottingdean. It's going to be a great finish.
Keep going, PT!
A half chance there. The ball was uppish. And a leaping dive from young Dorber. And he's a great fielder, so. But 4, another 4. Bonner is rapidly flying through the 50s. Strike rate of 147 per 100 balls. Hailsham now really needing that wicket. Shorter again. A great big paw from the from Dunning.
Forty of 4s. Only 1-6 so far in this innings.
Tibble to Campbellman. Well fielded off his own bowling. And again, Hailsham have fielded well. It just... anything through the infield has been really delicately played. A late nurdle. The Parsons crew are back. Send us a postcard, Will. Did you enjoy your trip? Often we may look at, you know, a bit of magic in the field or something to support the bowlers, but it just seems to be if it's through the field. A massive appeal. It looks adjacent. Not out. Batsman on the sweep. We're not directly in line, so it would be unfair. But it was a strong appeal. Tibble to Bonner. Not much is beating the bat, Nick. You know, Hainsworth behind the stumps has been tidy enough, but I remember during the Rottingdean innings, even when McDonald was scoring, there'd be the odd magic delivery. You know, every over that was beating the bat. Pitch seems to have got even flatter.
Yeah, I was going to say it could potentially be coming down to the pitch. Like, it happens every game. Your pitch is going to change throughout the game. And I think it could work in anyone's favour.
Okay. I think the experiment with spin, which has yielded 30 runs off 4 overs, is over. It was worth changing, having a dip at something else, but
Lost.
I would probably think that Bellett and Hallett are going to come into the attack now.
Last season's opener as well.
Yeah, that's right. So 27 wickets last year for Bellett. Second in the first team, just behind Andrew Anthony, who topped the charts with 29.
Wonder what he's thinking.
Top return of 4 for 11 versus Failbridge. And what you'll get from Bellett is consistency. I think at the moment, Captain Tibble will be very happy about that. Run rate required still around 6. Again, Bellett into his work. Consistency. Bonner, who is seeing it like a beach ball, 61 or 45. And as we thought, this is going to be more competitive in this league. Rottingdean 8 for 2 last year when we were watching this. It could have been over. Now we've got some proper drinkers down here now. Very good. Stack the bar. Fins in. Well done, mate. How you doing, mate? To see you. It's getting a bit lively down here now. And I think it's building to a really good finish in maybe 90 minutes' time. 88 partnership now. which Hailsham will be desperate to break. And this could be the thing. Yes, taken just in front of us. It's drilled to Andrew Anthony, who takes the catch. I have to be honest, I wasn't sure he was going to take it until the millisecond before. And that is the wicket that Hailsham needed. It's the danger man, Peter Bonner, who has got a real wriggle on recently. 61 of 47, a great knock. Rottingdean would have liked it for another half an hour, no doubt. I think he scored 46 of those runs through boundaries. Yeah. He's disappointed.
I have to say it was a decent knock from Peter, to be fair.
A great knock. We'll see if we can get a word with him. I'm not sure whether he'd like to have a word with us. We'll let him get his pads off first. But that has got Rottingdean right back in the game. 96 for 3 now. Coach Wendy was about to leap up and take a diving catch there, just in case. New batsman to the crease, George Ledden, top scorer last year.
Just going to jump in as well. We have some news from the County Championship down at Hove. They're currently between innings at the moment. And Sussex managed to bowl Worcestershire out for 180. So at the moment, Sussex are leading by 104 runs. So could we potentially see a Sussex win down at Hove? Sussex have always been strong down at Hove. This year against Somerset, absolutely battering Somerset to take a good win. And then taking a draw to Surrey, who were obviously last season's Div 1 champions. So it's always a difficult one to face Surrey, especially at Hove, and especially when we go to the Oval, it's going to be a tough one.
Okay, so Bellett into the attack. And he takes a wicket with the 4th ball. Ever so reliable. Pete Bonner wanted to carry on with his attacking mentality. To be fair, he struck it really well. It would have been 1 bounce 4, but it was straight down the throat of Anthony, who just got the hands up in time and took it. And that could run away for 4. Not quite middled. Just 2. The fizz is out already, the Prosecco's out. They've had a little starter up at Horsebridge, now they're going to hit it hard. A successful first over for Bellett. 1 for 2.
Run rate needed is 6.1 at the moment. So it's staying around the 6 area, so I think we're definitely on for a tight one here.
Yeah, looking forward to it.
We're going to see Tibble back once again at the Tommy Walder end. Ready to bowl at Campbellman. Ollie giving some good words of encouragement there, and Simon Dunning picking the ball up, sending it right back to Tibbles as the ball didn't even get anywhere near off the square there.
Slight change in code, but Brighton are 2-0 up away to Wolves. And as we find after a wicket, some slowing of the scoring rate, required rate creeping back up now. Campbellman 20 off 27. He'll provide the glue. Scored plenty of runs last year, 350 runs at an average of 29. Strike rate of 57. So he's going slightly quicker than he did in his season average last year, but that was Div 2. This is Div 3.
Brilliant fielding there by Tibbs to get down really quickly to take the ball.
Yeah, we've seen some good bowling off, some good fielding off people's own bowling today. Yeah, real quick maiden over for Tibble there. Sneaked a maiden in. Currently 3 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 15. And drinks will be taken. We'll see you in 5.
So, drinks over. Just about to return now for the 15th over. All drinks have been taken after every 15 overs, and Bowlesy's making his way back to the commentary box. I think we're going to be wanting to speak to Peter Bonar in a little bit. So, at the moment, we're going pretty well, and I think Bowlesy's having a good time. Might get the main man himself, Will, back into the commentary box at some point. Oh, he's not allowed apparently, says him, even though it's his place to be.
Wicket just before drinks was what Hailsham needed, and it was the big wicket of the danger man. So Ledden on strike now. Bellett, as many times was proven last year, successful in his first over. But Rottingdean haven't ever let the run rate required spiral out of control. They take this deep. Upish, just over and 4. As we know.
Brings up the 100 for Rottingdean now. 102 for 3 as we speak.
So top scorer last year, Ledden. 421 runs at an average of 36.
Of no out in the field there. No run was taken. And Bowlsy's gone off to chase Peter. Having a little conversation. Don't know what he's saying. But we're going to get back to the action with James Bellett, as I've just been delivered a lovely Dr. Pepper on this hot day, but it's cold in here, so maybe I should have gone for a hot drink. Who knows? But Bellett once again. That's some good intentions from, I believe, that is Kieran Peacock. Yes, it is. It was some good intentions in the field there. Brilliant chase. As we send the ball back round, Andrew Anthony has it in his hand and then throws it over to his teammate Bellett. He's done pretty good with the ball so far. 6 for 1 off of almost 2. Oh, the ball's bobbled up into Ethan Dobber. He's fumbled it, but he has got it in. And they did take a single there. And that bobble there from the ball on the outfield really does show how bad it is out there at the moment. And hopefully soon we will have some sort of rain just to help flatten out the ground a little bit and make sure it's nice and safe for the fielders out there as James Bennett runs in. Send very quickly as AA chases, gets down, and they do take a single to end off the over. So James Bellett going for 6 on that over, taking him to a good total so far. And once again, we're going back to Captain Tibbles up at the Tommy Walder end. And I have to say, the weather has, held up today here at the Rec. The sun is still out on pretty much most of the pitch, just a little couple of areas in the shade at the moment, as we see Camperman ready to take strike once again and to face Tibbles, who hasn't taken a wicket yet this innings. On the sweep, and that's flown past Tom McDonald, passed over the boundary for 4. That's a brilliant shot. It's gone straight past Tom McDonald and Charlie Cousins, just too far around to have a go at stopping it from going over the boundary. But Tibble receives the ball back at the Tommy Walder end. And that's a brilliant catch just off camera from Simon Dunning. Diving catch. And that is Sean Campbellman out for Rottingdean. So what could their plans be now as we welcome back Bowlsy to the commentary box?
1 brings 2. Just what Rottingdean did not need after the excellent partnership between Bona and Campbell. Hailsham have gone bang bang. 1 brings 2.
Where can I get a dog from?
And Campbellman, those 2 players that put on 80 odd, have now departed. I was just having a catch up with young Peter, who top scored for Rottingdean. He's there overseas this year from New Zealand, from Wellington. Been over a couple of weeks.
It's always nice to have a Kiwi over.
And he was praising our weather And I quickly corrected him and said, he's normally like this.
Yeah, it doesn't stay like this for long, but apparently it is supposed to stay like this for quite a while now, so we should be
Yeah.
expecting some good weather.
Yeah, he said his natural game is to be attacking. And they fancied the slower bowlers today. When they were in the first half, in the first innings, they felt as if they could restrict us with the slower bowling. And as I say, Diesel Hallett hasn't even had an over yet, and we're a third of the way through the innings.
I've seen him warm
Just
up.
need
a
to
couple
see
of
my
times.
mate, who's a male model, 2-6.
It has gone over the ropes for 4 runs. And Charlie Cousins has just been told to move to square by his captain Tibbles. As Tom has received the ball, throws it in to Jake, who retrieves it. Trying to send it around as quickly as possible to get going. The over rate is slowed down a little bit, but that's okay. We've been going for almost, I don't know now. I think we started at, I believe, 10-3. Sometime around there, I don't know. But we move. We've got Tibble back in the attack. Oh, that was very close to hitting the wicket there. Nothing from it, though. Once again, a big grunt there from Tibbles. And Bellett takes it very well in the field to end the over. And it will be James Bellett once again as he takes his cap off, hands it to the umpire, and probably readying himself up to go in this next over. So we'll get back to you once James is ready to go. Can hit. Another left-hander on strike now, Shafi. James Bellett, he's towed that one. Oh, and it's bobbled up into Ollie's face there. He's recovered, looks okay, and they didn't take any runs from that one. It's always good to hand the ball to Bellett. He's a reliable bowler. He's very consistent. And I think you can always be guaranteed wickets when you hand the ball over to James Bellett. So I think Tibble will be pleased with how he's bowled so far. Yeah, he's only had 2 overs, but that doesn't define it. As he bowls, they're going to take a quick single. Ollie sends it down to the other end. Good fielding there by Ollie. And it looks like we have Bowlesy returning to the commentary box. He is back. What is Tibble thinking now? That is the real question.
Send it through to me, because I want to watch something. Send it through, so I'll watch it. See you later.
So we welcome back Mr. Benny Bowles. How are you doing?
Sorry, I keep having to see people. 114 for 4. 17 overs done. This run chase has swung violently. The swingometer from H to R. And then from R back to H. Because when Rottingdean were 100 odd for 2. It was... They were in control. And the overseas from New Zealand was seeing it like a beach ball. He had contributed 2/3 of all of Rottingdean's runs. But now with the introduction of Bellett and Tibble in the wicket column as well, 1 for 24. The run rate required is heading upwards. Ledden now is the danger man for me. George Ledden. 12 knocks last year, 427 runs. He averaged 36. This was the off spinner. Lovely smooth action. A long run up for an offie and had real control. So he really is. He's in at 6 today. No, he's in at 5 today. So he is their genuine all-rounder. Run rate required creeping up, 6.3. They need 172 off.
off 27.
27 overs, yeah. Yeah, still in for a tight finish, but if Hailsham keep taking these wickets, it will be plain sailing. Big shout out here to one of my best pals, Stewie, and my lovely goddaughter Maisie. They're in on the feed, well done. Stewie made a brief appearance for Hailsham in the early 2000s. We were missing a few. That has been dispatched. Short pitch from Tibble. And that is what you would want. This is Shafi, the... No, it's not. This is Ledden. Yes, back to my pal Stewie. A brief appearance for Hailsham when we were slightly short. Took a nice catch at cover. But in Cricket Week once did bowl a 13 ball over. And great to hear from Maisie. My Maisie Meister. Stewie's cock-a-hoop actually, Sunderland fan, mad Sunderland. Very happy last night. He was happy at 1-1 in the playoff semi-final against Coventry. And when that last goal went in at 2-1, he was cock-a-hoop. So big shout out to the Stewies. Loves the Olympics, the pub Olympics. Many an hour before children we would spend toading the hole, darts, snooker, and that is a repeat dose. But I think I thought it had gone all the way, but it signalled 4 from Charlie out in the deep, and Tibble has said, "Okay, I don't think I'm bowling that short, but." He's had to reinforce that area as it is Ledden who is just rocking onto that back foot and smashing the ball through a wide mid-wicket. As we're joined here by Lukey Skywalker. He's got a lovely Calippo. And what flavour is that? He's gone for the lemon and lime Calippo. And it's that warm. We are allowed lollies. Great stuff. We're just adjusting the live scoring here. Tibble is whirling away from the Tommy Walder end. And this over has got Rottingdean rolling again.
Just a bit of an update on the twos at Lewis Priory, just as a dot's taken there. The twos are currently sat, they got 289 to finish, and Lewis Priory first 11 are currently on 43 for 4 off of 9 overs.
Well, that is great news, especially after the second suffered a defeat last week at the hands of Eastbourne. Who got the runs there, H, for the twos?
Today or last week? Today, who did get the runs? So, Hicks got 58. Tussey got 51 not out. Matt Dorber 45. And
Dorber's in the
Shibin
runs.
36.
Okay, so a good effort from Bennett. And Bellick continues the tradition of strong fielding off bowling, off their own bowling today.
Looking at our twos, they are a lot more... It looks a lot stronger than last year, with quite a few players dropping down to the threes and a couple coming up.
Yeah, I agree. So we haven't mentioned too much about Rottingdean's number 6 batsman here. This is the tall and athletic left arm seamer that we saw earlier, or left arm quick really, in Shafi. And I think if he puts his mind to it, he can strike a long ball. I'm sure at the moment he's just getting his eye in against the ever consistent Bellet. Miserly economy last year Bellet allowed from his bowling of 4.2 runs, often bowling in the power play as well, so incredibly impressive. Today being employed in the middle overs, but with the same control. And Shafi has tried to engineer that ball, I think, into a gap, but he's got a thick outside edge, and that has been snaffled. At point,
I believe it was Diesel that caught
taken
it.
by Diesel Hallett. And this middle order collapse for Rottingdean continues. The long walk off for the long walk back. But the number 33 is not happy. The fence takes a bit of a rap on the way through. And he departs into the changing room. I'm not going to go past that changing room for a while. He's quite a big chap.
Connor Bettesworth coming in.
Just seen a couple of players evacuate the Rottingdean changing room as well. This is the wicketkeeper batsman now in at 7, Connor Bettesworth. $124 for 5. 287 seems a long way off. And the run rate required now is the highest it's been in the innings, 6.5.
Good encouragement out there from everyone at the moment.
Another successful over for Bellet. Great figures now, 2 for 11 off 4.
And looks to be, we have a bowling change, I think. Because Tibble hasn't got his hat off, and it looks like the ball has been handed to Diesel Hallett.
The big D. I can see him stomping his run out. He is ready.
It's always entertaining to watch Diesel bowl.
Loves bowling to anyone, but especially loves bowling to an opening, to a new batsman at the crease. That's for sure.
You want to watch out if you're ever facing Diesel Hallett. Bit of field editing going on there from Jason. Charlie's come to square. Tom's just gone a little bit finer. So what's Diesel got in his locker today?
Big D's from the Tommy Walder end. Nicely in behind is Bettesworth. Runs. Top fielding out in the deep. Difficult out there. Yeah, the Hailsham side on top now. Is that buzz around the field?
Final result for Brighton was in fact a 2-0 win away at Wolves.
Yeah, they've got a great record up there against Wolves.
And surprisingly,
Continues today.
Southampton held Manchester City to a 0-0 draw.
Wow. Well, let's hope some of the Southampton fans did actually venture up there. Ainsworth is interested. I'm not sure why he's interested. But nothing was given. That was... Ainsworth went up, so it might have touched something, but umpire said no. Hallett to Bettesworth. Again, nicely in behind. Steered down to third man.
The run rate now, the run rate required now at 6.6. So it's increasing ever so slowly.
Yep.
This is what the Hailsham boys will want to be hearing.
Definitely. I think there was a period of 15-20 minutes where the partnership was really building, and I wouldn't say there was panic from Hailsham, but it was certainly quiet in the field. They had an experiment of bowling 4 O's of spin, 2 from each end. And they turned back to the dependable Bellett, who rarely lets his captain down, and repaid dividends.
I mean, I said earlier that it's always good to hand the ball to Bellett because, you know, he's reliable. He will most likely always take a wicket in a game. And I think he's also very consistent. So I think it's always a good idea to go to him, no matter where. That's a great ball.
Almost his third wicket there. Yeah, he's into his rhythm now. Confidence is there.
I think everyone in the first 11 has high hopes for this season. I mean, as long as they keep it like that, I think that they can go as far as they want and as far as they possibly can and put in a good fight. Fuller length there from Bellett. Fielded lovely there by Tom McDonald for another dot. And the required run rate now at 6.7. Wow. It is increasing by every over. Bit of fun in the field by the looks of it. Having a couple of jokes with each other between Tom and AA as Bellett runs in.
Yeah, Rottingdean are forced into a period of rebuilding now. Whereas when they were 2 or 3 down, I think they could continue to take a risk. But now there has to be a period of 10 overs where no wicket is taken, even if they only score 30, 35 runs in that 10 overs. Then they have to rely on something very aggressive happening afterwards. I think that's the only way.
As long as we keep it up, how we've been keeping it, I think, you know, Tibbs will be happy. I think Tibbs should be happy with the performance so far from everyone.
Oh, for sure. Slightly short. We've seen these balls go for 4 today. But that one is dragged back. It's a great chase down there.
We have seen some good boundary fielding today from everyone. It's been a mix, but I think they've coped well with how the outfield's playing. So I think that's something that they'll be pleased with, is their boundary fielding today. I think they'll take that as a positive from the game. And obviously they'll aim to improve on things. They'll aim to not, just as Bellet runs in.
Yeah, in this second power play, you can have 4 fielders outside the circle, and Hailsham are employing that, because with the run rate approaching 7, 3, 4 singles and over, they're fine with, you know, Bellet's just gone for another 3 off that over, 2 for 14 off 5. Hallett's first over goes for 3. It's a period of rebuilding now for Rottingdean.
Diesel for his second over. Held them down to 1 there. Great fielding by... Who's that out at the boundary? I think it might be Kieran Peacock down there. Went for a single as George Ledden comes back on to strike for Rottingdean, and Halsey's just decided to take a little break. So you're stuck with me for another couple of overs, but at the moment we are definitely looking sharp out in the field as Diesel runs in. Little bit of shorter one, shouts a catch. Charlie on the... Takes a brilliant catch. Charlie Cousins has gotten Ledden out. Out at square, Charlie Cousins. Brilliant catch. Thought he had fumbled it, but no, he had indeed taken it. So, another wicket for Rottingdean. They are going down. So, that's Ledden out for 20. Diesel taking a wicket in his second over.
Yes, and the danger man gone. Top run scorer last year for Rottingdean ones, 427 runs. Managed 20 today. Diesel Hallett in the wicket column. Diesel's been in great form this pre-season. Last year took 32 wickets in league cricket, 7 for the ones, 25 for the twos. Double award winner in 2024. The best twos bowler and best player. Okay, 6 down in 22 overs.
I don't think anyone was
Zahab, the leg spinner, joins Bettesworth. Desperate times now for Rottingdean. Hailsham on top. Diesel the Hallett. Thirsty for more. Yeah, he's getting some pace through now, getting that ball through. Ainsworth enjoying this. He's had a good afternoon. Batted well. Jake. Steady, 40. Allowed the fireworks to go off around him. Early on it was McDonald. Later on, Dorber and Dunning did the business. That is a super delivery. Beats the outside edge.
Gorgeous ball that from Diesel.
Too much for Zahab. He's done well not to nick it, to be fair. I wondered whether Tibbs would put a slip in. And yes, he is now. Attacking is on.
Tibbs has always been good out in the slips. He's taken a couple of catches from there before.
Yeah, strong fielder.
And another gorgeous ball there from Diesel, beating the outside edge once again. So another dot. Diesel's looking sharp today.
Yep. He's on it, and I don't blame Tibble for being 4 or 5 yards behind the keeper. So if that does nick off, it will go at some pace. He's got good hands, Tibbs. He's fine. Either behind the stumps or in the slips. That looks straight. Umpire, he did get a good stride in. He was playing down the leg side. Strong appeal. Great over from Diesel. 1 off it and the wicket. 2 overs, 1 for 4, Diesel Hallett. He will be keen to continue now and bowl out. I think if Tibble looked at him to take him off, Diesel will probably do something violent. 132 for 6.
I don't think anyone expected this scoreline at this point. I mean, 155 required. The run rate, it's gone up quite significantly from 6.4 at the start to 7 at the moment. So, obviously, we're going well. They're going to take a single. Filled in there by Tom. 1 single there to start off the over from Bellett. Bowlsy's taking another break. Signing some more autographs. Just because he's the Peter Jury of cricket commentary. And he's back. That was a very short break for Bowlsy. He's back in time to see the mighty James Bellett once again.
Fill the kettle up, son. We live on tea. Now that's gone straight up. This is another wicket for Bellett. And Andrew Anthony steadies himself, takes the catch. Never in doubt, that one. And Bellett is in the wicket column again. 3 for 15 now. Rottingdean 133 for 7. Zahab, it was up there. It was up there, Zahab. Oh my God. Whose dog is that? Fucking hell.
Come on then, boys, here we go, through we go.
Okay, so Zahab holds out. Anthony takes the catch. And that is 7. Oh, Wisey here. The wise is here to see what looks like to be the premature end to this match. I thought at one stage this had the makings of a tremendous finish. And when Campbellman and Mona were in, the counter-attack from the New Zealand overseas got them ahead of the run rate. However, they have Hailsham's changed bowlers, and it wasn't necessarily the spinners. Tibble wanted to try an experiment with the spinners, but it has been Bellett and Hallett that have now come on. Chance, but on the bounce. Charlie Cousins is a gun fielder. If anyone could have taken that, he would have done. But
it was a good attempt from Charlie to try and run towards that one, but couldn't get underneath it.
so in at 9 is Captain Cox for Rottingdean, and Betsworth, who kept wicket well today, he's decided now to a bit of a swish.
I'm such a big fan of that.
But I'm not sure Bellett is the bowler to be targeting for that.
I think Ollie's enjoying himself out in the field. He's loving the show that Bellett's putting on so far. 3 for 16.
Yeah, I think Ollie's mind has gone to the festivities this evening, which will no doubt include a brief team meeting, fines, a good chat, maybe a few tunes later on in the evening, and all of it punctuated by lager. And I think that's what the youngest McDonald is thinking of already. And good on him. They deserve it. This game at the moment is only going one way, and that is a victory for Hailsham Firsts. We wondered how we would fare in this division. Rottingdean relegated from Div 2 last year. Diesel Hallett always wants to bowl. Always wants to take wickets, influence the game. With numbers 7 and 9 in now, Diesel will be sniffing, taking a few wickets of the lower order. Shouldn't 151 to win. Seems a long way off from here. Slashed hard. Well set field. It's a third man. And Diesel continues. Single taken, could be tight. Umpire had moved, which is more than what Macca does when he umpires. It was tight with a direct hit. It's always tight with a direct hit. Sensible rehydration taken on by Kevin Hallett here. He's got 6 bits of ice. A strong Boa Stella and a Corona. Good on him. What better feeling than watching your son bowl in a hot May day, having a beer or 6.
1 to come in the over then from Diesel. 1 for 7 at the moment.
Yeah, there's no big overs at the moment for Rottingdean. This innings is slipping away. Hailsham have looked sharp in the field. I know this is one of Tibble's aims this season, to have not necessarily young cricketers, but fit cricketers carrying no one in the outfield. Simon Dunning is the elder statesman here, but he's Been sprightly in the field today. Couple of run-out opportunities.
I think, to be honest,
38 for 7. Wisey. Who wins it from here, mate? Hailsham easy.
some
The run
wise
machine
words.
from a few years ago, James Wise. Seen plenty of run chases in his time. Now that's a nice shot. What a lovely pickup. That is the wicketkeeper Bettesworth. It wasn't a... it was one of Bellett's sort of standard balls, really. Maybe just drifting onto leg stump, but that was beautiful. Didn't overhit it. Timed it brilliantly for 6.
I'm looking at Cousins at the moment, and it looks like he was just loosening himself up, so we could potentially see the return of Cousins in a minute. As off goes Bowlesy once again. As we wait to receive the next Bellett ball, what's he gonna bring out of his pockets? Once again, brilliant fielding there by Simon Dunning to restrict them down once again. Required run rate at the moment, 7.3. It's still creeping up. Last wicket, not too long ago, it was another duck. Quite a few ducks today, which is a bit of a surprise. Is Bellett ready to deliver his next ball? Better length. And it's fumbled and it's gone for 4 runs. Another one for Bettesworth. Could he be picking them up and potentially bringing them back into this? It's unlikely, so the run rate at the moment is 5.8, but the required is 7.1. Well, yeah, I think at the moment it's edging to Hailsham's potential win at the moment. I think Hailsham are probably going to take this one. Hopefully give them some decent points in the table. Leave there by Bettesworth. Taken behind by the Aussie, Hainsworth, who we spoke to earlier. Enjoying his time so far in the UK. Supporting the greatest team in North London. Yes, Dan, the best team. Here we go again. Try to guide it behind. That's a brilliant ball from Bellett. And there's going to be one to come in the over. Drinks should be taken soon, I believe. The 30th over. And the attendance is starting to pick itself up now as we get later into the evening. Ready for everyone to return. And once again, brilliant fielding by Simon Dunning there to restrict them down to a dot. They looked for a 1, but it's a good way to end the over. Brilliant fielding by Simon Dunning. He's been exceptional out in the field today. Coped with the conditions really well. So he'll probably be happy with his performance. It's going to be Diesel Hallett from the Tommy Walder end once again. So I wonder what Diesel's got in his tank now, as looks like he returns with another brew.
The only things I drink in this cricket club is tea or alcohol.
I don't.
Both of them in large measures. Okay, Diesel Hallett. The keeper has gone straight up. Nothing from the bowler. Captain Cox. 2 off 7. It's getting a bit chilly here whilst out of the sun. In the sun it's still nice, but a bit chilly out of the sun. Runs. Could be 4. Kept to a single. damage limitation now, I think, for Rottingdean. Run rate required up to 7.4.
I think the bowlers from that end are probably going to start feeling the sun a lot more now, as the sun's facing that way, but Diesel's going to get through it. Fuller delivery. They're going to try and take one. Sent to Jake. No appeal.
Really
there.
well fielded. It's Ollie McDonald. Just in case that batsman was coasting in. Ainsworth looks tidy behind the stumps. Will and I were wondering last year, at the end of last year, what the standard of cricket would be like, and we saw so many one-sided Hailsham victories here. That's well taken from Jake, no lid. Oh dear.
I think the batsman got something on it as well.
We were wondering last year, after so many one-sided affairs out here, I really thought today would be tight. The Hailsham innings built and built and built. And apart from a period of fight back from Pete Boner, the overseas encampment, Hailsham really have been in control. And let's be honest, the four seamers today have been impressive, and we're without young Jack Coughlin, who's playing for Beeds today. Diesel had it. Big D's, great figures. 4 overs, 1 for 9. James Bellett, 7 overs, 3 for 27. Change of bowling. Ollie McDonald back in. Slightly different situation now, coming on to bowl, rather than his 2 overs earlier on. Where
Good, Jono. Good work out there, Jono.
the partnership was building. Hailsham now not needing to squeeze, still having 4 fielders, the maximum allowed out at this stage. 4 fielders outside the D. Ollie took 14 wickets last year at 20, economy of 5. And this is the way at the moment that Tibble wants to work that 5th bowler between himself and Ollie McDonald.
Just going to give
Do
you
have spinners in the club.
just going to give you a quick update on Jack Coughlin and how he did today.
Yes,
Thanks.
how's Jack got on?
He did come into bat, but just as we say that, 4 runs is given to Bettesworth. But yes, Jack, he scored 18 runs today against Cranley, and then his bowling figures are, he did bowl 41, and he took 1 wicket off of 5 overs as well. So I think he'll be happy with that.
Yeah, he's contributed.
He's also someone that you can rely on, JC. Playing for the under-16s last season, captain, played in a couple of games with him, bowls really well. Runs there.
Yeah. So Bellett has had a blow. Sure, he'd have fancied taking a fifer. But McDonald back in to the attack. Right arm off spin to Captain Cox. He's fancied a go at that. It's out or it's 6. It was so straight, it is 6. Tibble could not get across. Pleasant shot.
Apologise for the loud bang there. The ball hit the side screen, which is pretty much positioned right next to the outfield mic. Ollie bowls again. Another dot. for him to end the over. So will we see one more of Diesel Hallett, or are we going to be changing bowlers once again? And I think it is going to be Diesel once again, taking his hat off back down at the Tommy Warder end. How are you enjoying your tea there?
Oh yeah, very beautiful. Just thinking about my run in the morning.
Hope your run goes very well
Oh yeah.
on a very nice Sunday.
It better be early.
Ooh.
It's hot. Yeah, really impressive from Diesel Hallett today. 4 overs, 1 for 9 so far. Bettesworth is holding this together now. The wicket-keeper batsman for Rottingdean, currently on 28 not out. Playing a miss.
Stayed low there, that one from Diesel. Didn't really nip up. We've seen a couple nip up today, but some of them have stayed quite low. Jake's taking them well though, behind the stumps, standing well back for Diesel.
Yeah, he looks a proper cricketer, Hainsworth.
I think he's a great addition to the club this year, and I think we're going to benefit from him quite well.
Hasn't picked it up in the deep, but it's got to him on the bounce, on the dribble. And again, there's no dangers here for Hailsham. Run rate required still 7.5. Rottingdean will look to take this deep, but with only 3 wickets left, it would take something remarkable from here. But we've seen it happen. The captain is at the crease, facing now. Diesel Hallett into his work. Well bowled, and he's managed to squeeze it away for runs.
Got some lovely footwork there by Cox as well to get something on the ball there.
I'm very pleased with Ben coming up here and committing his time and providing an excellent service to all of our viewers on YouTube. Thank you, Ben.
Wise words there from Jedi Master Obi-Wan McDonald. And all the viewers have just clicked off. We had 200 viewers, 4 dogs, 4 goldfish, and they've all gone. Bless Macca, he loves it. Cock a hoop today. The boys have done well. Nothing's over till it's over. Still got 3 wickets to take. Great game to win from here for Rottingdean. Thank you from Mike Searle. Lovely comments on the link. Simon Dunning, take a bow. I agree. Unreal. I called it this morning with Dunning. I said I fancied him today. Spoke with him last night. He was brimming with confidence. Lost a few pounds recently. He was looking in top form, down to his fighting weight, and he was brutal today.
He was brutal in some Royals games last season, absolutely smacking the balls out the park.
And that provided the momentum for Hailsham, really, because if it had only been 240, actually now Rottingdean are still very, very much in the game.
I think 286 was definitely a good total to set. So I think Tibbs will be thinking, how is he going to plan out the last couple of overs, last couple of batsmen that are out. So it could go either way, but I think it's primarily in Hailsham's hands now.
Yeah, with the run rate required now, 7.5. There'll have to come a time where, and maybe the time is now, it's 6 or out, and it is 6. The accelerator may have to be pushed, but they're taking it deep. 175 for 7. And this is a time 42 off 42 or 36 for this, the 8th wicket. McDonald back into his work. Good response.
That's massive.
He's gone again.
Massive. And it's gone
That's
for
gone
6.
higher than the one before.
That was quite a confusing one. I thought it wasn't going to go.
Yeah.
I thought someone was under it, but then there was no one.
But if you look at the wind that's coming into us here,
You would expect it
he's
to go.
being sensible. Okay,
Yeah.
Cox.
And the run
Both
rate's
6s have been with the wind. And I can just see some of the Hailsham bowlers limbering up again. This game is not over.
the run rate just crept under 7 now, the required run rate.
McDonald to Cox. Leg side, more runs. He's lucky to get away with that. It's a pretty rank delivery. Should have gone for 4. To be fair, this is what we expected. More of a test every week.
And that
I think-
is drinks as well.
It is drinks. See you in 5 with Rottingdean. 182 for 7. They need
105.
105 from 90 balls. When you say it like that, it's doable. See you in 5. Okay, here we go. We are now at the business end of this first league match in the East Division. And there's just, I was just going to say, there's a little feeling of unease around the place. And blow me down, Diesel Hallett back into the action, removes Cox, who has just been launching sixes. First ball back after the drinks. The pendulum swings back towards Hailsham. Decent knock from Cox. 24 of 22 balls. 3 big sixes. He doesn't deal in fours. He just deals in sixes.
Well, we are very close to the end already. Today's gone quite quick.
Yeah, 2 for 17 from the big boy Hallett.
So the required run rate tickled back over 7, just about, once again. As Diesel's going to get us back underway after that wicket coming off the first ball from drinks. So Tibbles is probably starting to rest his mind on the victory now for Hailsham. Single taken there. There were shouts for catch and almost another run out. I don't know who it was that attempted the catch. I think it was Bellett. But Bettworth is back on strike now. As the club's dog Willow is floating about, scanning the clubhouse. D's third ball of the over. 2 for 18 so far. Pretty good for him. He'll take that. I think everyone should be pleased with their performance today. So what's Diesel got in his tank? Fat edge there. Daubers collected it. They were going to try 2. Didn't take 2. Only got a 1. I think Benning is back and raring to go.
Yeah, here we are. This could be the final episode. And I think now, when Bettworth is back on strike, he will have to throw caution to the wind.
It'll be interesting to see how we fare against Rottingdean away at their ground. A unique ground, shaped like a Pringle. Hills each side, played there once. It's an awkward run, but it's a nice ground. It tends to be quite windy because it's in a valley, but fared well. Diesel in once again. Down the leg side, I think. Hainsworth has taken it. It's going to be a dot. So Diesel coming up to the end of this over with 1 more to come. Required run rate now of 7.3.
Yeah, I think Hailsham had a real get together at drinks, and a bit of a heart to heart. And then Diesel comes straight out after the break and takes the wicket and really breaks the game open. Searching for that Yorker, almost a chance, and it was a chance as a caught and bowled in his follow through. Tries to.
We have seen a
great agility and move to his right. Just couldn't lay a mitt on it. But a successful over for Hallett, a successful over for Hailsham. 184 for 8 Rottingdean. Diesel's figures were impressive. 6 overs, no maidens, 2 for 19. More legends coming down now. The news of a Hailsham victory is close, is imminent. Celebration drinks. And now we have a look at Charlie Cousins, back into the attack.
The ex-Aussie, as you say.
Yeah. I'm going to call him English now. I mean, his accent's nearly gone. 1 for 27 off his opening spell of 4 overs. And that was just when the Kiwi, Bonar, was getting going. He enjoyed a couple of just slightly over-pitched deliveries from Cousins, but some cracking drives through the extra cover region, no doubt.
One thing that I've noticed today compared to yesterday, even though conditions, yes, were a little bit different, but they're, you know, still going pretty well, is most of yesterday, shots were mostly down the leg side compared to today, where it's been a bit of a mix. And it's always nice to see a mix of offside and leg side shots.
Yeah, we've seen some cracking extra cover drives. McDonald with 2 in consecutive overs.
Really good, Charlie.
Earlier on. Yeah, shots all round. Saw a couple of reverses and funky sweeps and things earlier as well during the Hailsham innings. Had that freedom to express themselves. Scoreboard pressure here now for Rottingdean. As he strangled him down the leg side here.
I think I heard something on that. It might have been the bat hitting the ground, but
I think it may have flicked his pad.
they've
Oh
appealed.
no, now the batsman wants a wide, so you might be right. It might be the bat hitting the pad or the bat hitting the ground. Did not pick that up at all. The fielder was Ollie McDonald, I think. He's now got a double teapot on.
We've just had some news in. The Twos have won.
Great news. Give us the stats, please.
Oh, let's have.
Hey.
Let's get them up on Play Cricket. There's a message from Matt Dorber that had confirmed it.
It's looking good here, so we could have a few victories today for the club.
So the Twos, 127. They bowled Lewis out for
Great news.
in only 24 overs.
Yeah, that's rapid. They'll be back here for early drinks.
They will be. Wow, I think we are going to see a couple of victories for Hailsham this week. All 5 teams playing. The first, seconds and thirds all in league action. The fourths and the fifths in some friendly games. And that is the end of the over for Charlie Cousins.
Yeah, just one off it, I think.
And I have suspicions to believe that I think Andrew Anthony could be bowling. No, it is staying with Diesel. It is Diesel Hallett once again. What is he going to pull out of the tank this time for this over? 2 for 19 off of 6. I think he'll be happy with his bowling spell so far.
Yeah, he was raring to go. He was kept back. He was the 6th bowler used today. And he's repaid the faith, Tibble, no doubt. 2 for 19 so far. He'll want more. He always wants more. Now has he got picked up another wicket? No, it's just chipped over the infield.
Two off of his first ball in that over. Charlie being pushed back a little bit deeper now. I have to say, everyone's performance today has been somewhat respectable. I don't think there's been anyone that's not put in a good performance. And that one's high. No shout to catch. It's going to go to the boundary for 4, I think. It has indeed gone for 4. Bettesworth moving himself up to 42 now. Could we see another half century on the plate?
And I think even though Rottingdean have lost the 8 wickets,
They're pushing for it. I don't think they've lost
Right,
confidence.
Is still up there at a runner ball.
The required run
Prove
rate
for everyone this year coming to this ground in similar conditions
is going to be tough.
that it is a run fest. 8 wickets down, but they're still going at sixes.
And bowl.
Not now. Diesel answers back. He has kept focus today. It was like a caged lion in the field as they kept him back. And that's his 3rd wicket of the day. Bettesworth, he's shown some resolute defence, but now he has to depart. Yeah, a well-deserved round of applause for Connor Bettesworth. Kept wicket well.
.96 required if they do want to push for the win. Don't rule anything out though. Anything is possible.
Start the pedalo, son. This is all over. And we pondered for many an hour how it would go back in Div 3, and there's been some great preparation. Equally, no doubt, some nerves, but this team believe in themselves very early in the season, but it's been an impressive afternoon, all aspects.
I think everyone should be happy with today.
Yeah, and can Diesel finish it off? He very nearly did. That actually, from Islam, is how the innings started for Rottingdean. That was the same scoring shot. Chinese cut for 4. Is it? Diesel Hallett, take a bow. Just as Mrs. Diesel turns up, Diesel Hallett takes his 4th wicket. So impressive today. He's worked so hard in the pre-season and in the close season. Come back fitter than ever. And he has taken brilliant figures today. 6.5 overs. No maidens, 4 for 29. Kept back from Captain Tibble today. Brought into the attack. And has bowled a brilliant spell.
I must say, what a performance by everyone today. Putting on a great match. Thank you to the umpires as well. I think overall, everyone's enjoyed themselves today. It's a good way to start the league with a victory for Hailsham. Especially coming up from Div 4, facing a team that's just been relegated from Div 2. But it just shows the fight that Hailsham are going to want to put up this season. And I think it's a great way to start off the season with high hopes.
Yeah, it's been thoroughly professional today. From 12:30 onwards, they were absolutely ready to go. Won the toss. Had no hesitation in batting first. The game's been played in great spirits, and a 91-run victory is a brilliant start into Div 3. Comprehensive. Everybody played their part. Absolutely superb today.
What performance.
Everybody played their part. The team come off. Cock a hoop. They will retire to the changing rooms for no doubt a quick catch up. And at 6:15, a bit of an early finish.
No one was expecting
91
that today.
runs. 2 umpires come in. The game was played in great spirits. Yeah. So a big thank you to the umpires. 91-run victory for Hailsham.
I think they'll definitely take loads of positives away from that for the first game of the season. I definitely don't think I saw any negatives out there today. So I think everyone should be happy with that. And I think we should definitely take that on to Little Common next week, away from home. So
Yeah, agreed.
it's going to be a
Agreed.
tight one next week.
Agreed. Right, thanks everyone for tuning into the live feed. On Will, who set it up. H, who has been amazing on the tech front, and myself, Bowlesy. We'll need a bit more of this year. Lovely weather, proper performance, and a Hailsham victory. Get in there, and we shall see you soon.
Thank you
Cheers,
very much.
mate.